Good morning and welcome to the England Athletics Age Group Champs, incorporating our junior para champs as well. We are live from Bedford for an action-packed day of track and field. Well, an action-packed weekend of track and field. I'm Rich Morell and I'll be covering the field events for you on this stream all day today and through tomorrow as well. So we've got, like I mentioned, an action-packed schedule, and as you can see, some of our events are already underway. We've got our under-18s high jump off and competing already, and our discus event as well. So you'll be able to see them on this stream live for you guys right now. Conditions-wise in Bedford today, it's breezy. I can tell you that. We can see the trees in the background. It is quite breezy down there, so definitely will have some impact on some of the athletes competing today. But hopefully won't overshadow the performances too much. So like I mentioned, we have got an action-packed schedule for you guys on this stream today. So we've kicked things off. We've got our under-18s high jump already underway. We've got our para-ambulant long jump on the go already. Our under-18 girls long jump and our under-18 girls discus throw well underway already. We'll bring you an update on that under-18s high jump final that has already kicked off and has been working away for about 10 or 15 minutes now. So heading up the top of the leaderboard there, we've got Jess Grinyer and Theo Nightingale there, both sitting on 189 in their clearances. So they're in joint top place at the moment. In second place, we've got James Anderson, the Edinburgh AC athlete, the under-17 athlete in this one, sitting on 184. He's tied in that joint second place spot with Joshua Akintolu, the Wakefield District Harrier. Very early days in this competition, but yes, shaping up to be an interesting one. So we can see that is James Anderson there, the Edinburgh AC athlete, clear at 184. He's just lining up at the edge of the runway now, ready to take his attempt at this next height in this men's under-18 high jump competition. Just waiting to get under starters orders for this one, and then he'll be free to take that attempt at his next height. See there some of the names we've got competing today in this men's under-18 high jump competition. James Anderson, we've got Warren there, Ellie Adams, Amari Anderson, Jonathan John Luck, Richardson Stevens in there as well, Daniel Abile, Jesse Grinyer, Theo Nightingale, Alex Goodendevessa, and Joshua Akintola in that one. And on the discus side of things, we have got that under-18 ladies discus competition well underway. Charlotte Grace Stoney in that one, Amelia Holly-Fraser, Neva Jansen, Matilda Hewlett, Alicia Baker, Bethany Rain-Napala, Mia Pegram, Bethany Pendlebury, Lottie Graves, and Scarlett Slater-Rowley in that one as well. And we can see that was Neve Pegram there, taking her attempt. First attempt in for Neve this morning. That was a 37.02. So it is James Anderson that will be making his run now. Scottish athlete, Edinburgh AC, cleared 184 already, and nicely over that attempt there. So that's James Anderson there sitting in third place, the Scottish athlete from Edinburgh AC. A nice clearance there. So that was 189 there for James Anderson. In this competition, we did see Theo Nightingale in there, the under-18 athlete from Team Kennett Try and AC, clearing 194 personal best. As we look over now, and it is an athlete wearing number 8 or 7. This is Ellie Adams, the North Shields and Polytechnic athlete. And Ellie clear there. Nice rangy athlete there. So Ellie clear of that at 189. As we flick over to that ladies' discus competition, Amelia Holly Fraser, 37-33 in her first attempt there. You can see her in the ring at the moment. Nice pivot and drives that discus nice and clean. Nice, clean, straight direction on that discus there. So that looks a solid throw from Amelia at this early stage in the competition. And that'll be good to build some nice steady throws throughout this competition, get established early on, get some clean throws on the board. And that one from Amelia looked very, very good out of the ring and out of the cage there. We can see as we head back over to the cage, it is Elkie Baker now. She is leading this competition 41.89. She threw there, the London Heathside athlete. And again, from this angle, that looks like a nice throw. Hard to gauge the distance these athletes are throwing just from this angle that our camera's currently at. But in terms of the trajectory out of the cage and the technique that we can see there, everything again, similar to the previous throw from Amelia Holly Fraser there. Nice and clean, straight trajectory out of the cage, which is key for these discus throws. They want all that energy, everything tracking forward in that one. So Elkie Baker leads this competition in 41.89 at the moment from Neva Jansen. The other under 18 from Belgrave Harriers, 39.88 for Neva there, with that's a personal best for Neva as well. And in third place is Amelia Holly Fraser, currently sat on 39.54. As we go over to Scarlett Slater Rowley, we'll be making her throw 32.66 already today for the under 18 from Retford AC.
Okay, I'm quite far back, so it's quite when I'm zoomed all the way in, it is moving around quite a bit.
So Clemmy Wright takes to the cage for her third attempt. 30.79 in the second round for Clemmy, the Kingston upon Hull AC athlete. She is in under 17 in this one. From the younger competitors we've got today. You can see Clemmy lining up in the cage. So 30.79 was Clemmy's second attempt there. So we'll see where this one ranks in comparison to that. Back over to our men's high jump. That was Joshua Akinkolu there, clear of his attempt there. The under 17 Wakefield District Harriers and AC athlete. So Joshua Akintola, one of the ones to watch certainly in this high jump competition today. 205, currently ranked number 3 in the UK in the under-18s section. So definitely one to keep an eye on. County champion, Northern champion as well. And I tell you what, he's not a bad long jumper as well. 6:49 in the long jump, Joshua Akintola. So having to play about with the jumps at this early stage in his career. As we see number 808 there, that's Amari Anderson lining up for his attempt, cleared 184, and that's another successful clearance there for Amari Anderson, Blackheath and Bromley athlete under 17. And that was 189 there for Amari Anderson. So a good collection of athletes now all clear at that 189 distance. Theo Nightingale still heading things up with 194 as the lead. As we look over, and it is Jonathan Richardson Stevens, the under-18 Leeds City Harrier, cleared 184. This is his first attempt at 189. And just a little bit low on the arch section of that high jump there. So good approach, good height, got the shoulders over, but the arch just wasn't quite there. And the lower half of the body did catch the bar on the way down there. So that's a failure there for Richardson Stevens, the Leeds City AC athlete, at his first attempt at 189. Just to recap, top of the leaderboard is Theo Nightingale, sat on 194, personal best for him from Team Kennett Try and AC. So successful start to his high jump competition. Back over to the cage, it is Neva Jansen who is going to be lining up for her third attempt. 39.88 in round 2 there. Personal best for Neva Jansen there, the Belgrave Harrier. And you can see that discus pulling quite wide there, and also the slight swaying of that there. I wonder whether that is the wind taking the effect on the discus there. So she's slightly to the right of the field. Like I mentioned, the conditions today, they will play a part in some of these performances today. Naturally, they will. Some performances they'll be for the benefit of the athletes. Others it will be to the detriment of their performances today, because that wind is going to play havoc on the approach in some of the jump races, and also in the events, like the discus, where that wind resistance is going to be a factor on the athlete throws today. As we see Matilda Hewitt head her way into the cage, 37.66 in the second round for Matilda Hewitt, the Chelmsford AC athlete, under 18. So let's see what Matilda can pull out the bag in this one here in her third attempt. That, just judging by what she's thrown previously, 37.66, I don't think that's going to be around that mark today. Looked a little bit wide in the on the infield there of the line she'd probably want out of the cage there. So we'll wait till the official result comes through there. It's been given a north draw in the second round for Neve Pegram there. But yeah, we'll see what Matilda Hewitt's result comes back as with that one. But Neve Pegram, the Cumbernauld AAC athlete, 37.02 in round 1. Tall, rangy athlete. This looks much better. Nice long leave is ideal in the discus event on Neve there. And some real acceleration through the phases through the ring there. Seen that, the whip round of the arm, the long leave is keeping them long, keeping that tension in the shoulders, and then flicking that discus out. That was a real strong throw there. And as I say that, the results just came through 40 meters and 52 centimeters there. So that's a personal best for Neve Pegram. And you can tell when an athlete hits it right there, just the trajectory out of the cage, the cleanness in the technique, and you could spot that a mile off with Neve Pegram there. So Neve Pegram moves up to second place now. Elkie Baker in first, 41.89. There's a couple of PBs already on the board in this one. So an interesting discus competition shaping up in this under 18 girls section. Heading back over to the high jump, and it is 8:11. This is Amondi Awar, the Cambridge and Coleridge athlete. He approaches his run up there, picking up some nice speed, now into some longer strides, drives up, and a lovely arch over the bar there for Awar. That was a fantastic clearance, very clean. There's plenty more in the tank there for Awar, certainly. If you look at his high point over the bar there, he was well clear of that one. So certainly someone to keep your eyes on as this competition progresses through. So Richardson Stevens now, his second attempt. Again, similar to the first there, just at the arch, the high point. The shoulders is fine. The shoulders are over, but the high point, the arch in the lower back area, this is where it's just fallen down slightly for Richardson Stevens there. I mean, we talk about athletes that are clearing 1 meter 89 here. This isn't, this isn't easy to do at all. I might be making it sound quite easy and being quite flippant about. He just needs to arch a bit more. It's not as easy as that. These athletes are doing a fantastic job out there today, but that's where it seems to be falling down at the moment for Richardson Stevens. So like I said, plenty of action that we have got lined up in these field events today. I'll bring up the start list of our under-18s discus competition again, so we can just refresh and have an idea of who we've got competing today as we see Bethany Pendlebury there take her throw. And that looks to be the third failure at 189 for Richardson Stevens. So that will be Richardson Stevens' day done and dusted with a clearance of 184. First time he'll walk away with that one today. The Leeds City AC athlete there, but 189, the height that did evade him. As we head back over to the cage, we can see it is our leader. It is Elkie Baker, lining up for her third attempt, 41.89, first round throw. So let's see what she can produce here. Again, long levers, and that looks another solid throw from Elkie Baker there. Long levers, tension in the shoulders, that whip right through, and a nice straight line out of the cage there. So 41.89 was the mark in the first round for Elkie Baker. The pressure is coming on from Niamh Pegram, who sat in second place. We'll see what that throw was for Elkie Baker there, the London Heathside athlete. So Elkie Baker was given a no throw on that third attempt there. So Elkie Baker series so far 41.89, 39.88 in the second round, and a no throw. Niamh Pegram, who sat in second place, 40.52 in that third attempt. Second round no throw, 37.02 in the first. Neva Jansen in third place, 39.88, opening up with a PB, then a 37.93 and a 32.23. So PBs and good throws coming at different stages in the competition for these athletes there. Down in fourth place, we've got Amelia Holly-Fraser, 39.54, what she threw in the second round there. Then Bethany Pendlebury, she sat in fifth place, 38.49 in round two for her. Matilda Hewitt in sixth. Scarlett Slater-Rowley in seventh. Bethany Mbala in eighth. Charlotte Dorney in ninth. Lottie Graves in 10th. And Clemmy Wright in 11th. Bring you up to date with what's going on in this men's under-18 high jump competition. It is Theo Nightingale still at the top spot, 194 personal best, first time clearance at that height. Jesse Grenier sat in second place, 189 clearance for him, first time, no failures for Jesse today. And James Anderson in third place, 189, again no failures at 184 or 189. We've got Ellie Adams in second. Well, I'm staying in fourth place, in joint second place, because there's a cluster of these athletes all sat on that 189 mark. We've got Ellie Adams there, first time clearance. Joshua Akintolu, first time clearance. Amari Anderson, 189, first time clearance. And we've got Amundi Awar in there, 189. Did make a failure at his first attempt, so that could become a factor when we're getting through this competition if we get to the point where we need to get onto countback or anything like that. But at the moment, men's under 18 high jump competition headed up by Theo Nightingale on 194. So this is Jesse Agrinia, the Decorum Athletics Club, 189 clearance previously, the under 17. He's his first attempt. Not to be today for Grinia there. First time failure. That's his first failure of the competition. Still got 2 more attempts at this height. So, Theo Nightingale now. Personal best on his first attempt at 194. So the bar will be raised, and I will bring you confirmation of that when I know what the bar is raised up to. But 194 for Theo Nightingale. So Nightingale, first attempt at this height. Last few seconds before this first attempt. The mental run-throughs, they'll be going through the imagery of what he's going to do, the phases of his jump, the mental rehearsal that he'll be going through for every jump. Becomes almost a ritual for these athletes. You can see Theo eyeing up the bar at this point here. A few deep breaths in. And here we go. First attempt now for Theo Nightingale. Will he set another PB in this competition today? Nice speed in the run up there. And again, not a bad attempt, actually. Not a bad attempt. Again, the shoulders were over. Sighted the bar really well. Drove up, converted that speed on the run approach into that vertical height there. Again, it was just the arch phase of it, the lower part of the body, the back area. It just came down there. So we will see if he can progress later on in this competition as we move over to James Anderson. James Anderson, the Edinburgh AC athlete. Currently clearances at 184 and 189 as he moves on to his next height. Well, that could have been a classic curse of the commentator moment there as the sirens went off just as I was about to start talking there about James Anderson. Some good athletes still in this competition, yet to declare heights. As we cut over to James Anderson there. Okay, that's a red flag for James Anderson there, and that is a failure at his first attempt there. But yeah, a couple of other athletes to watch out for in this under-18 boys high jump competition. We've got Daniel Abik in there as well, the Cambridge Harrier, 2:02 personal best set at the Welsh Senior and Under-18 Champs. He was first in the Kent County Champs as well, so certainly someone to watch out for. And we've also got Alex Gooden de Vesser in there, the St Albans AFC athlete, 2:05. Hertfordshire Schools champion twice this season as well. He's jumped that 2:05 mark. As we see Ellie Adams there. What a clearance that was for him. 194, absolutely soared over the bar. And it's interesting, you can see the different approaches that these athletes have. Some of them come in with a much more controlled steady approach to the bar, whereas others really approach it with some speed and some velocity and try and turn that speed into vertical height, which is great, but it also comes with its drawbacks because it's harder to manage. Technique-wise, it's much more harder to control. But Ellie Adams there, 194 clearance for the North Shields Polytechnic athlete, and he flew over the bar there. Amari Anderson next up in this competition, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete. He's had first-time clearances at 184 and 189. And Amari Anderson, that's a failure at that attempt for him. I assume that is 194 that Amari Anderson's attempting there. As we head back over to the cage, that was Amelia Holly Fraser there. So 39.54, still the best throw for Amelia in this competition. That came in the second round for her. And still sat at the top, Elkie Baker, 41.89 for her. And that was 37.02 for Amelia Fraser in that fourth round attempt for her. As we see Bethany Pendlebury enter the cage now. So best clearance of 38.49 today in the second round. So let's see how Bethany gets on here. And that discus pulling slightly to the right there. She gets the white flag though. So it could be another mark on the board. But 38.49 in round two for Bethany Pendlebury. Currently sat in sixth place in this competition. Not a million miles away from the medals. It's so tight, I would say, from that 39-meter downwards. But as I say that, Bethany Pendlebury has rocketed to the front of this field here. 42.35 in round four there to really put the grind on the likes of Elkie Baker and Neve Pegram there. And as I was saying, it's so close in this, between, I would say, the top five athletes in this one, Pendlebury, Baker, Pegram, Jansen and Fraser. There's not huge volumes, huge amounts of distance between these athletes there. So in the cage there, that was Elkie Baker, and that looked like a really strong throw from Elkie Baker right down the center of the field. After a foul in round number three, or a no throw in round number three, she comes back, and this is turning into a bit of a ding-dong competition between Pendlebury and Baker here. 42.13 for Baker. She still sits in second place, but she closes the gap on Pendlebury there. So Pendlebury leading this one 42.35 from Baker, who drew 42.13 in the fourth round there. As we see Slater Rowley currently sat on 38.94, make her fifth attempt here in this competition. Can she make an impression on this top spot? It's all hotting up in the cage, this one. So that was Neve Jansen there. And that was a no throw for Jansen there. She could be crucial in this competition because she's not a million miles behind Pegram there, who's sat in third place currently. Matilda Hewitt makes her way to the cage. 37.66 for Matilda in round two. Can she make an impression on the top spot? Can she get on that podium? It's going to take some real effort from her to bridge that gap, but can she do this? It looks a good throw. It looks a really good throw for Matilda Hewitt there. 37.66 in the second round for Matilda Hewitt, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's out towards that 40-meter mark there. And if she's punching around that 40-meter mark, then we're going to see an impression on that top three spots there. So we'll wait for Matilda Hewitt's result to come through there. So Neve Pegram currently sat in third place, 40.52. Can she close the gap on the likes of Baker and Pendlebury sat in the top spot? 42.35. Pendlebury holding the lead in this one that came in the fourth round. So over to that men's high jump. It is Jesse Grenier. He's going to be making his second attempt at 194. Jesse Grenier with quite a long run up. You can see him right out onto the track for this one. So his second attempt now at 194. Long strides there in the build up to this, shoulders over, and oh, he just clips it on the way down there. He was agonizingly close to that clearance there, and he knows it as well. You can see the hands on the head. He knows that was very, very close to clearing that 194, and that was his second failure at 194. So the pressure's on Grenier now. He's going to be coming in with his third and final attempt. As we go over to Theo Nightingale now, his second attempt at 194. Can he clear it? Can he put the pressure on Grenier and move up through this competition? Adams and Abik sat on the top spot with clearances of 194 at the moment. Theo Nightingale, a much shorter run-up for Nightingale. Such a contrast to Grenier's, who started out on the track. Nightingale opting for a bit more control in this run-up phase. Drives up, shoulders over, but again, no, a failure at 194 for Theo Nightingale there. Two failures on the board for him, so this is getting to the real, the thick end of the competition here for Nightingale and Grenier. They really need to be nailing this next jump, or that's it. That's game over for these athletes today. James Anderson next. The Edinburgh AC athlete. One attempt at 194, one failure at 194. Another athlete starting his run up on the outside of the track. Grenier with his failure, Nightingale with his failure. Can Anderson put the grind on them two athletes there? And he's done it! He has done it. James Anderson is clear at 194 on his second attempt. And he looked nice and controlled there, the James Anderson. So there's three athletes we've got over 194 now. Ellie Adams, Daniel Abik, and James Anderson there. And again, this just puts the pressure on the rest of the field. As we go down now, Amundi Awar, 189 cleared, 194, one failure. But what can Awar do? Can he respond to James Anderson's clearance there at his second attempt at 194? Just an update on that women's discus competition that was hotting up nicely. It is still Pendlebury on the top spot there, 42.35 from Baker, 42.30 from Neve Pegram, sat on 40.52. So that top three places haven't changed since we've been over at this men's under 18 high jump competition. We'll head back to this one to see Awar's attempt here. Second attempt at 194. And he's done it. Awar is over. Second attempt, 194. He's there. He's in that pack as well. Now the competition is really getting interesting because we've got a few athletes that have made failures at that 194 mark, but now we've got a collective of 4 athletes over the 194 mark. So we're really starting to get down, whittling these numbers down in this men's high jump competition. Plenty of action still to come in this one. But next up, it is the Wakefield District Harriers and AC. It is Joshua Akintolu. So Akintolu, one failure at 194. And Akintolu, if you cast your minds back, he was one of the ones that I'd picked out on this one as being someone who's going to make an impression on this competition with a clearance of 205 this season. Currently sat number 3 in the UK rankings. So Akintolu, you'd expect him to be getting over this 194, and he does with some grace there. That was a beautiful jump there by Joshua Akintolu. So like I said, the competition certainly heating up now with a few athletes over that 194 mark. Ellie Adams, Daniel Abik, James Anderson, Akintolu joins them now. Amondi Awar in there as well. So it's getting a bit of pressure onto the other athletes in this one now. Jesse Grenier needs to make his clearance next time he's round. Alexander Goodison Devesa as well. He's had one failure, one run, one jump today, one failure at 194. Someone we'd expect to be clearing this, 205 this year. And that's another failure for Gooden Devesa. And this is an athlete that you would expect to be right up there in this competition. 205 personal best set this year. Hertfordshire School champion. He's jumped 205 twice this season. He's came into the competition late, came in at 194, and has had 2 failures. And this now, the pressure is on Gooden Devesa because he's an athlete you would expect to certainly be featuring in this one. But at the moment, sat on 2 failures at 194. As we see Amari Anderson now, second attempt at 194. Can he join that club of other athletes that are all of that 194 mark already in this one? So Mari Anderson just sighting the bar now, going through these mental rehearsals before he makes his jump. Final few moments, trying to control the nerves, trying to visualize what he's going to do. And again, that is another failure now. That is 2 failures at 194 for Amari Anderson. So the pressure's really on Amari Anderson now. He needs to deliver in the next round. As we head over to the cage, and it is Amelia Fraser now, 39.54. That's her best attempt so far. She is ranked number 4 in the UK this year. So she'd be looking to get on the podium today. Again, it looks to be pulled just to the right of the cage there for Fraser. And like I said, ranked number 4 in the UK this year. You would expect her to be getting that 1 kilogram discus out to that 40-meter mark. And she's not a million miles away, but certainly she'd want to be on the podium in this competition today. As we head over to our competition leader, Ethany Pendlebury. That fantastic 42.35 throw that came in round number 5. The Trafford AC under-17 athlete. Really whips that one out of the cage. Discus flight didn't look as smooth as previous ones, but again, it looks to be... It's really hard to judge actually on the camera angle, so I don't want to overcommit and say it looks to be out to that 40-meter mark, but it didn't, you know, judging by the markers we see on the infield there, it didn't look to be a million miles away. 42.35 for Pendlebury in round number 4. It's in the lead of this competition. As Elkie Baker steps into the ring now for her 5th attempt of the day. Nice for these athletes, get this competition out the way with nice and early. These can be long days, these field events for some of these athletes. But I'd imagine we may see some of these athletes competing later on throughout the schedule, or possibly tomorrow as well. Can see some of the throws do double up in events. But Elkie Baker now in the ring. Skips around the ring nicely there. Nice straight line on the discus. over to the high jump, and it is Gooden de Vesse, and oh, he almost cleared it there. The bar rattled around on its peg for a while there, but Gooden de Vesse is out of the competition. No mark registered in this under 18 England age group athletics championships. Alexander Gooden de Vesse, one of the ones I really fancied to be on the podium today, well, he's out. No clearances, 3 failed attempts at 194, and that's a real shame for him today. That last attempt was awfully close as well. But this is sport, and these things happen, and I'm sure an athlete of the caliber of Alexander Gooden de Vesse will certainly be back and featuring at the top level. So, Amari Anderson now. It's his third and final attempt at 194. Can Anderson improve on those 2 failed attempts? Can he get over this bar and progress through this competition? 194 for Amari Anderson now. Little shake of the head, little clearance of the mind there. And he approaches this one, nice and aggressive on the runway. And oh, I thought he'd done it. I thought Amari Anderson had that one nailed. Almost felt like a delayed fall of the bar there. But Amari Anderson, that is his third and final attempt at 194, and he is out of this men's under 18 high jump competition. So the field really whittling down now. But Amari Anderson, not a bad set of jumps today. First time clearances at 184, 189, but 194, just a height that evaded Amari Anderson today. That's him done and dusted in this competition. He's joined by Jesse Grenier as well. He didn't make his 194 clearance. And Theo Nightingale also out of the competition at 194. So we're down to 5. And we're down to Ellie Adams, Daniel Abik, James Anderson, Joshua Akintolu, and Amondi Awar. And this is James Anderson. James Anderson cleared 194 on his second attempt. It's hard to say what this bar's been put up to. I'd imagine it's probably 196 or 97. So James Anderson there. His first, it is 197 the bar has been pushed up to. And James Anderson's first attempt is a failure. And he's got two more stabs at that height of 197. So the bar has been raised. So next up it is Ellie Adams straight into this one, and oh, he just missed that 197. Tell you what, Ellie Adams, there's no messing about with this athlete on the runway. The man from the northeast does not mess about. As soon as he gets that green flag and he's ready to go, he's away. He hits it hard, approaches the bar with some real aggression and real pace. And like I mentioned before, that can be hard to control at times. Amondi Awar now. First attempt at 197, cleared 194 on his second attempt. So let's see how Amondi Awar goes in this one. Oh, nicely done, nicely done. Amondi Awar goes top of the leaderboard, 197 there. He rattled the bar just a touch. But if he gets off that mat and that bar's still standing, then that jump counts, and he done just enough to scrape over that one there. So Amondi puts the grind on the field now, clearing at 197, and we go over to Joshua Akintolu, our 2+ meter jumper in this one. Akintolu's first attempt at 197. UK number 3, Akintolu, is up, and that was a lovely clearance. That was a really clean jump there by Joshua Akintolu. showing his class a little bit in this one. Like we mentioned before, Akintolu, one of the ones to watch, 205 this year, ranked number 3 in the UK. And that was a lovely, lovely jump from Joshua Akintolu there. Daniel Abik now, first time clearance at 194, comes in at 197. What can he do? How can he respond to Akintolu? 197, evades him this time round. First attempt failure for Daniel Abik at 197. So, looks to be James Anderson again. His second attempt at 197. Caught that one there with the legs there, James Anderson. So that's 2 failures at 197 for James Anderson. So the Edinburgh AC athlete starting to feel the pressure in this competition. He's got one more attempt at 197. Currently sat in 5th place in this competition. As we see Ellie Adams now, a man from the northeast. And watch Ellie Adams' approach to this one. Watch the pace that he hits this one in contrast to some of the other athletes. So here we go. Ellie Adams, second attempt at 197. Drives up and he's over it. Ellie Adams has done it. Second attempt there, 197. Nailed. The man from the northeast progresses through this competition now. And this men's under-18s high jump competition is turning into a right ding-dong between Akintolu, Awar and Adams now. Can Abik join the pack? The pressure's on Daniel Abiki. A second attempt at 197. Nice and smooth on the run-up into this one. And again, another failure there. So this, like I said, this is really starting to whittle down now. We've got Anderson and Abik both sat on 2 failures at 197. Akintolu, Awar and Ellie Adams are both cleared at 197. So if Anderson and Abik don't clear this, that is going to be your podium. Question is, which way around are these medals going? What colour of medal is are these athletes walking away with today? So James Anderson should be up next to jump. And like I said, this is a real pressure jump for James Anderson here because he's the top and bottom of it is if he doesn't nail this one, James Anderson is going home. So there's real pressure on this competition if he wants to stay in this. And you can see James Anderson there just having a walk around the high jump runway area there, maybe just visualising the bar, maybe just sighting it them last few moments before he makes this jump. But James Anderson, the Edinburgh AC athlete, will be up next for his third and final attempt at 197. Here we go. James Anderson. Can he do it? Can he get over 197? He's done it. James Anderson has done it, and you can see he's absolutely delighted there. Anderson clears 197 at his third and final attempt and stays in the competition. And now things are really hotting up because we've got 4 athletes clear at 197 now. And now the pressure just flicks round and it's on Daniel Abik now. Can Daniel Abik clear this one? 197, third and final attempt for Daniel. I'd love to see him do this because it just adds another layer of complexity to this competition. And he's done it as well. Daniel Abik, he's in there as well. We've got 5 athletes clear at 197. When the pressure was on, Daniel and James Anderson there, they both absolutely delivered. James Anderson with a personal best of 197. And Daniel, well, you know what? He got the job done because he needed to get over that one. And this men's high jump competition, stay tuned for this one because this one is half hot enough. So it's James Anderson to jump again, as if he hasn't done enough already. James Anderson, I imagine the bar's at 199. Can the Scot clear it? Just missed that one there, James Anderson. The bar isn't at 199. The bar is at 2 meters. Apologise for that. Correction. The bar is at 2 meters now. James Anderson, first attempt failure. Personal best of 197. So James Anderson is really in unknown territory for him. As we go back, and it is Ellie Adams now. North Shields and Polly lad making his first attempt at 2 meters. Just checking something with the officials there. A little bit of pointing going on. For Adams, North Shields and Polly athletes. Real tall, rangy athlete, as you would expect for a high jumper. Got the typical build of a high jumper, does Adams. So Adams makes his approach. First attempt at 2 meters. And he's over. Glided over it. Adams, North Shields and Polly, clear. 2 meters. First attempt. So, next up it is Awar. Clearances at 197 on his first attempt. Can he clear 2 meters? First attempt. Drives into that runway area, shoulders over. Just caught on the way down there. Just caught the bar on the way down there. He's got 2 more attempts at that though. The only athlete clear of 2 meters at the moment is Adams from North Shields and Polly. Next up, Joshua Akintolu. Akintolu, one of the class acts of this field. First time clearance at 197. Lines up for 2 meters. Certainly capable of it with a 205 clearance this year. What can Akintolu do? First attempt for Akintolu. Drives into the runway area. Shoulders up, body up, over 2 meters, done and dusted. Akintolu struts away from that high jump area, full of confidence after that 2 meter clearance, and that's a first round clearance for him. So Daniel Abike up next. Daniel really delivered when the pressure was on in the last round there, clearing 197 on the third and final attempt, and he was also close there to getting over that 2 meter mark there. Still got 2 more attempts as Daniel at that height. So it's back to James Anderson. Personal best clearance. Third and final time of asking for James Anderson at 197. First time failure at 2 meters. Can he get over that mark? Not to be on the second attempt there. So we're back to Amondi Uwar. Clearance at 197. First time failure at 2 meters. Can Uwar clear the distance? Uwar approaches confidently. But another failure at 2 meters for Amondi there. And it's getting crunch time for Amondi now. 2 failures at that height, similar to James Anderson, 2 failures at 2 meters. So we'll be going back to Daniel a bike next. 1 failure at 2 meters. Can he deliver like he did in the last round on the 3rd and final jump? Can he make things a touch easier for him and clear this 2 meter height at his 2nd attempt? Approaches the high jump area, drives up, shoulders over, but it was the arch phase that just wasn't quite there for Daniel. So a 2nd failure at 2 meters. And I know we'll flick straight back round to James Anderson. But this competition, it could come down to Akintolu and Adams. Adams currently ranked number 2 in the UK, the personal best of 2:08. So the quality at the top end of this is really, really there. We're back to James Anderson now. 3rd and final attempt, 2 meters. Can he deliver once again? Getting a bit of crowd involvement now, trying to feed off the crowd, trying to get a bit of energy, a bit of buzz off the crowd in this one. Can James Anderson clear 2 meters? The last time of asking. Drives into the high jump area. Up, the shoulders are over, but unfortunately it's not there. James Anderson, 3rd time of asking and a 3rd time failure for Anderson at 2 meters. On the whole, I think Anderson will be happy with that competition today, though. 197 personal best. But the last time of asking, he's walking away with a PB. And it looks like he'll be finishing around 4th or 5th place, depending. It will be 5th place, looking back on count time back between him and Daniel. So, next up, Amondi Awara. 2 meters, 3rd and final. And Awara and a bike, really. So, Daniel, 2 meters, 3rd and final time of asking. Can he clear it? Oh, he's bailed out there. He makes his way back up to the high jump pit there. I believe he will still have time to make that attempt. So Daniel, at the last time of asking, no, it's not there. You could tell in the run-up there, he didn't approach it with the same aggression, the same drive as the previous attempts, just from what I'm seeing there. And I'm not sure whether there's maybe, I don't know whether there's some kind of injury there or whether it was just a bit of mental fatigue there for Daniel. But there certainly wasn't the zealous approach that I would have expected on that 3rd and final attempt from Daniel there. So back to the final 2 in this one, and it is Adams and Akintolu. The 2 class acts in this field that we identified earlier on. And it is going to be Adams to jump first. So I imagine we're looking at around about 2:02. So the UK number 2, Eli Adams, personal best 2:08. Going to be making his first attempt at 2:02 very, very shortly. Recently competed out in the European Under-18 Champs in Rieti, picking up 8th place there. As you can imagine, won many county championships in the Northeast, Grand Prix Series at the Jarrow and Shildon tracks. So here we go, Adams, first attempt, 2:02. Oh, just clips it with the heels there, just clips it with the heels. Now, I don't think he'll be too concerned about that. First attempt at 2:03 there for Adams. It was just the heels that caught that one. So I think he'll be able to go away and readjust. Now we flick over to Joshua Akintolu. First attempt at 2:03. Now, this is an opportunity for Akintolu to just psychologically put the pressure on Adams a touch here. If he can clear this one first time, across the board, he's pretty much cleared everything the first time, barring 194. So just psychologically in this little battle that the Adams and Akintolu are going to have playing out there, it's just a slight edge to Akintolu. It just makes Adams think a little bit more. So Akintolu, first attempt at height 203. What can he do with this one? Akintolu taking his time in the build-up to this one, really focusing, really concentrating there. You can see the little steps forward and backwards there. The hand just slightly raised. And here we go. Nice drive phase there. Akintolu, first attempt at 203. And again, not a million miles away from Adam there. Just caught the bar with the heels on the way down. So Adams and Akintolu, 2 failures at 203. 1 for Adams, 1 for Akintolu. So Adams' second attempt at 203 in this competition. It's really hotting up between Akintolu and Adams. 2 failures, 1 each. The 203, Adams drives into it with real pace. Now really caught that one with the shoulders. The clearance, the height wasn't quite there as the first attempt for Adams there. So now the pressure starts to creep in a little bit, and this is all part of the sport. This, the physical side of it, absolutely, but the mental side of these things, it's a huge factor on these young athletes. So Akintolu now, advantages with Akintolu, because he knows if he can clear this one, it's all pressure on Adams because it leaves it all on his third and final jump at that height. So Adams ranked number 2 in the UK in the under-18 category. Akintolu, as I mentioned before, ranked number 3 with a personal best of 205. Samuel James, our top competitor, on 225 clearance for him. So Adams and Akintolu, the UK's number 2 and 3, locked in battle here at this England Champs. And here's Akintolu up next. And here's Akintolu that will be taking his second attempt at 203. Akintolu really focusing in on this jump here. You can see this with Akintolu. I've picked this up on his previous jumps. There's a switch-off period of 10 seconds where all he's doing is looking at that bar, running through that routine, drives up. Again, another failure for Akintolu. This one's getting interesting now. It's all on Adams. Can he clear 203? Can Adams flip this competition around and put the pressure onto Akintolu? This is how quick this competition can change. 1 minute you're sat in the hot seat, you're the driving force in the competition. The next thing, the pressure's on you. So Adams, he's got to adjust. He could really do with getting over this 203 here. It's going to be his third and final attempt. But what can Adams do? The man from the Northeast, the North Shields and Polytechnic athlete, will be lining up for that 203 attempt. And here we go. Adams driving in with some real speed there into that area, and he's up, and he's clipped it with the legs. So that is the end of the road for the man from the Northeast, the man from North Shields and Polytechnic. Adams, the competition is done and dusted. He bows out at a height of 2 meters. 203 just evaded him today. So can Akintolu steal this one? Can he steal this one with his third and final jump at 203? Let's see how this one plays out. If not, we'll go to count back. Akintolu taking his time before he makes his third and final attempt, and rightly so. There's a lot of pressure riding on this jump. There's an England national title on the line here, and a chance to get one over on a competitor who's ranked slightly higher than him with a slightly higher personal best. So Akintolu's got a real opportunity here to just flip the apple cart on its head slightly. So Joshua Akintolu, third and final attempt at 203. If he nails this one, he's your English champion. And that's what we like to see. A bit of involvement in the crowd. Akintolu really trying to field off the other viewers that are around this one here. So Akintolu lining up at 203. Can he do it? Joshua Akintolu drives into the area and he just rattled the bar. Just rattled the bar. I thought he had it. The shoulders were over, they were clean. But it's a third and final attempt at 203, and Akintolu just fails that one there. So, I believe it's going to go to count back now. There's going to be a little discussion between the two athletes here about how this one's going to play out. I think they're going to be tied in joint first place, you know. Just from looking at their attempt. I mean, I don't want to be the one working this out, to be fair. But I think just looking at their attempts and the number of failures that they've had across the board, they've both just had the one failure. And Akintolu had the failure at 194, and Adams had the failure at 197. And that's the only one they've had across there. So whether we go into some kind of jump off or whether they agree to take joints at first place, I'm not too sure yet. But it may be that they both concede and take it. Take the gold medal on a joint basis there. We have seen that before. So we have moved over to our pole vault event now. So we'll bring you some coverage of this men's under 16 pole vault competition there. I will bring up our start lists for you shortly. That did look to be Toby Hufschmid of the Coram Athletics Club, the under 16. Making what looked to be his first attempt there. So a few to watch out for in this competition. We've got Milo Hilborn in there, Crawley AC athlete. Personal best of 4 meters, 26 centimeters. Currently ranked number 1 in the UK. Set his PB recently at the Sussex County Championships. We've also got Noah Vandenberg in there as well from Shaftesbury, UK, number 3 in there with 4 meters, 10 centimeters. We've also got Ewan McMillan there, City of Sheffield athlete, currently ranked number 2 in the UK as well. So, real strong quality in this pole vault competition. As we see, athlete 828 there, that looked to be Tom Price of Winchester AC. Make his first attempt there, and a first attempt failure, unfortunately, for Tom Price. So next up should be Benjamin Vurrell from Rugby and Northampton AC. So that seemed to be Benjamin Vurrell there, wearing 824, Rugby and Northampton athlete. First attempt failed for him in this under 16 pole vault competition. Don't have any live data coming through for this event, so I won't be able to update you on the heights, where they're at, or where they're sitting in the competition, so do bear with me on that. Next up, we should have Ben Phillips, the Bedford and County Athletic Club athlete. So that was Hugo Williamson, City of York AC athlete. Not quite clearing his height there. Pulled slightly to the right of the mats there. So just slightly off balance going into that pole vault. But that was Hugo Williamson, the City of York AC athlete. You can see a couple of the Decorum AC lads down there having a little chuckle with each other, a little bit of chat on, a little bit of banter between them two there. Good to see the athletes still enjoying themselves while in the thick of this pole vault competition. Like I mentioned, a few names to watch out for. Milo Hilborn in there, the Crawley AC athlete, our UK #1 at the moment, 426 clearance for him. Noah Vandenberg, I have seen him, I've spotted him in that runway area, the Shaftesbury Barnet athlete. And there'll be interesting competition between them two. He's currently ranked #3. And Ewan McMillan in there as well, who's dabbled in pentathlon a little bit as Ewan McMillan. So we might see him competing in a few different events over the weekend. You tend to see the pentathlon, heptathletes, decathletes. They'll use these championships and they'll use multiple events in these championships, which is great. Great for them to be able to get in a few events in a short space of time and really replicate that, that decathlon, pentathlon, heptathlon feel to things. That was Ewan McMillan in the City of Sheffield colours there, wearing 823. He goes away and assesses with coach there what needs to change, what needs to be tweaked to improve on to get over that height. And this looks to be Evan Roberts, the Decorum AC athlete, wearing the shades and the distinct vest of Decorum Athletics Club. So Evan Roberts, Decorum Athletics Club athlete, on the runway in this under-16 boys pole vault competition. You can hear the wind bellowing across our cameras there, and that's going to be really off-putting for these pole vaulters. Certainly going to alter things for them today in this competition. But Roberts, wearing 826, well over that height there. A nice clean jump for him. And if you notice where Roberts landed on the mats, bang in the center, that suggests to me that there was control in the jump, there was balance in the jump, because everything's still traveling in that straight line. When you see athletes pull to the left or right, there's an imbalance that's somewhere in the process of the vault there. Whereas Roberts, nice and straight trajectory all the way down that runway, plants the pole straight up over and lands center of the mat. So a good solid jump there from Evan Roberts, first athlete we've seen clear the heights today as well. And as we do move down, it looks to be Noah Vandenberg, the under-16 UK top-ranked athlete in number 3 in the UK at the moment from Shaftesbury Barnet and AC. So a solid clearance there from Vandenberg. As to be expected at this early stage in the competition. The class act on paper, Vandenberg. Well clear of that height there. Shaftesbury Barnet athlete there. So certainly you want to keep your eye on throughout this competition. So we can see there, that is our start list for this pole vault competition. Mentioned some of the athletes already in this one. Ben Phillips, Oscar Eastwood, Luke Middleton, Hugo Williamson, Ewan McMillan, Benjamin Burrell, Milo Hilburn, Evan Roberts, Joseph McGrath, Tom Price, and Harry John Hughes, Toby Hufschmid, and Noah Vandenberg in that one today. Plenty of action to come in that under 16 boys pole vault. And over to the cage. I believe that is our athletes just warming up for the under 18 men's discus competition that will be due off in, I would say, the next 10 or 15 minutes for that one. Some big names to watch out for in this one. I'll run through a few of them when we get underway with that competition. But certainly some of the top British talent on show today in that men's under 18 discus competition. That was Tom Price there, the Winchester and AC athlete, wearing 828. Build attempt there, you can see him checking in with coach, getting some information about what went wrong with that jump there. See, next up, on the runway. It is the Rugby and Northampton AC athlete. That is Benjamin Burrell. He makes his second attempt at this height. Burrell drives down the runway there. And he's over. Benjamin Burrell. He's over at the second attempt there. The Rugby and Northampton AC athlete, Benjamin Burrell, clears that height on second attempt there. So he will progress through this competition nicely. And we can see down the runway, it looks to be the City of York AC athlete. That looks to be Hugo Williamson. Will be up next. And it is the distinct colours of the City of York AC vest. And that will be Hugo Williamson. So Williamson lining up for this one here. Drives down the runway. Plenty of speed on the runway there for Williamson. Nice, and he's over. Second attempt, the second time of asking. Hugo Williamson nails it. Around 6.42, Williamson, second attempt, he's over there. Nice positive jump from Williamson there. Corrected the wrongs from the first attempt. And there, handshakes all around. Pleased coach. So Williamson progresses through. Now, next up, it is the City of Sheffield man, Ewan McMillan, currently ranked number 2 in the UK this year. So we'd expect to see McMillan at the top end of this competition. We'd expect to see McMillan on the podium based off previous results of this season. So McMillan makes his way down the runway, second attempt at this height. And caught it on the way up. Plenty of height in that there. That height is certainly there for McMillan. Certainly there. Just the angle, the output from the pole there, just too direct up onto the bar. Caught it with the feet on the way up there. So Ewan McMillan. Bit of pressure on in this competition now for McMillan. 2 failed attempts at that height there. See the athletes having their warm-up throws in the discus cage there. And I tell you what, the distance they are pinging some of these warm-out throws up to, I'm just catching them in the corner of my eye. This will shape up to be a real competition today, this one, because some of the names we've got in there, some of the quality of the throws we've got in there, got all the potentials to be a bit of a classic at this England Athletics, and one of the field events to certainly watch out for. Some huge names in that one. But in the meantime, until that kicks off, back to this pole vault competition. And it looks to be Benjamin Burrell back on the runway. The Rugby and Northampton athlete, because this is his third and final attempt at this height here. So Burrell's really got to nail this one if he wants to stay in this competition. Such a challenging event, the pole vault. Requires speed, strength, coordination, natural gymnastic ability in there as well. You name it, you need it for this event. It's a real tough event. But Benjamin Burrell, third and final attempt at this height. And it's not to be today for Benjamin Burrell. That is the end of his competition. The Rugby and Northampton AC athlete is done and dusted. 3 valiant attempts at that height, but not quite to be today for Benjamin Burrell. So he ends his competition. As we see, a number of athletes have been eliminated as we progress through this under 16 boys high jump competition. So next up on the runway, it appears to be our Bedford and County Athletic Ben Phillips wearing the shades. First time clearance at that height there for Phillips, wearing 8.17. The Bedford and County Athletic Club athlete there. So that was Joseph McGrath there, the Beaumont athlete. Failed attempt at that height there for McGrath. So we're back round to Hugo Williamson, City of York AC athlete. So Williamson down the runway now. That wasn't to be for Williamson there. Didn't lose his grip on the pole, and once that was done, there's not a chance he's getting over that height there. He needs everything to be teed up nicely for him to get over that height there for Hugo Williamson. So failed attempt there for Hugo Williamson. So Hugo currently sat joint 8th place in the UK with a personal best of 3 meters 80. Joint in 8th place with Joseph McGrath. who we've seen competing for Beaumont earlier. So Williamson, McGrath, they'll know each other pretty well off the circuit. And we can see our men's under 18 discus competition about to get underway there. And it's Kieran Merritt, first in the cage. Some serious whip from Merritt there in his first attempt. Like I said, some real familiar names in this one. And some ones certainly to watch out for. Stumpenhausen's the standout name for me in this competition, one that springs to mind straight away. I've also got Capes in there. Very familiar surname. Certainly one to watch in this competition today. But Kieran Merritt gets his first attempt out on the board. And it is Ivor Scott we go to next, the under 18. Victoria Park, City of Glasgow, wearing 971. Personal best of 43.65. And that looks like, again, solid, reasonable start to the competition for Scott there. Looked to be around about that 40-meter mark. Like I mentioned before, plenty of these athletes, as in similar in the pole vault, they'll know each other from being around the circuit, being around the English school scene. They'll be very familiar with each other. So next up, William Richards Baldwin. Cheltenham County Harriers, personal best of 49.62. Launches that discus out there to around that 40-meter mark. As we see Ben Roberts make his way into the cage for his first attempt in this competition. Trafford AC under 18. Gone over 50 meters this year, 51.90 personal best, Ben Roberts. And just judging off that there, probably not the start that Roberts was looking for there. Could be that the wind is causing, like I mentioned before, a bit of bother for these athletes. But a few of them to look out for in this competition, like I mentioned. Moyo Stumpenhausen, the standout on paper, currently ranked #1 in the UK. Thrown a distance out, huge 64.92. Recently competed at the European Under-18 Championships, where he took the title with that throw of 64.92 in this 1.5 kilogram discus competition. So Stumpenhausen, certainly someone to watch out for today, the Rugby and Northampton AC athlete. A few others in there, certainly, that will want to make an impression on this one. We've also got Ononogbu in there as well. 57.49 personal best set this season. And also we see him making the way to the cage now. Lawson Capes, grandson of the famous Jeff Capes, current British record holder in the shot put. So Lawson, the personal best, 53.45, currently ranked number 5 in the UK in this 1.5 kilogram discus category. And you can see the effect that the wind is having on the discus there. I mean, partly it might be due to the throw itself, but actually, if you watch the discus in the air, the way that it's tilting slightly, that suggests that there is a strong side wind there catching the discus. As Harry Beard makes his way to the cage now, currently ranked number 4 in the UK, 55.09 for Harry Beard this season. So again, like I mentioned, this discus competition, there is real quality littered throughout this one. The fact that you've got Stumpenhuisen, Ononogbu in there, Beard, Capes. There's 4 athletes, all ranked in the top 5 in the UK. The only one we're missing from that top 5 would be Deacon Evans, who isn't competing today. But Harry Beard into the ring for the first time, gets set, slight bend in the knees. That's where the power's going to come from in this throw. Whips it round there. That's it. That's a nice clean throw from Beard. But again, you can see that discus just tilting there. Pushed it beyond the 40-meter mark. So as soon as we get some results through for these athletes, we'll update you on what the distances are looking like, what they are throwing. That was Harry Beard there. Wearing 947, the Medway Maidstone AC athlete. And it should be Ononogbu next. And it is Chu Ononogbu. Currently ranked number 2 in the UK, 57.49, personal best for him. What can he do with this one? First round attempt for Ononogbu. Ononogbu casually walking out of the cage area. Don't think he was particularly thrilled with that first attempt there. But it is early days in this competition. It'll take a while for the athletes to really settle in, really bed in their throws, drill down their technique. I know they've had a few run-throughs in the ring beforehand, but this will take time for these athletes to settle in this competition, especially when there's an English title at stake in this one. So, Stumpenhuisen there established himself on the competition early. That's certainly the first throw over 50 meters, just over the 50-meter mark for Stumpenhuisen. So well down on what he's capable of, given that he's thrown 60 meters plus. But like I said, it's early stages in this competition, and we'll see the athletes grow and develop into this one. Stumpenhuisen gets a mark on the board, and it's 50 plus meters. Then that's going to take him to the front of this competition. It's going to settle him in first place, certainly, in this men's under-18 discus competition. Discus, they're throwing 1.5 kilograms, the category that these guys are throwing today. And quite amazing, really, to think these guys are throwing this 1.5 kilogram weight out to 40 plus, 50 plus meters, as we see Logan Murray make his way to the cage now. You can see there the trajectory on the throw from Logan there. Solid opening throw there for Logan Murray. So Logan Murray is our only competitor in the Paara Ambulant Discus competition, competing in the F20 section. And Logan, an under 20, so he's thrown 1.75 kilograms for the Cornwall AC athlete. He had a no throw in the first round, pushed it out to 22.80 on his second attempt there. So results starting to filter through from them first round throws, and it was Stumpenhuisen that takes the lead, takes the top spot at this early stage, 53.41 for Stumpenhuisen. Altuntis, a Turkish athlete, in second place, 49.43. And in third place, it was Lawson Capes, 48.96. And just as I say that, the curse of the commentator strikes again, because the results are altering as we go through. They seem to be just updating live. So it looks to me like it is on an Ogbu that's in the lead, 53.93. There's Ivor Scott there, making his second attempt, 40.23 in the first round for Ivor Scott. So I'll recap that leaderboard because it has changed slightly. So on an Ogbu, first place, first round attempt, 53.93 for him. Stumpenhuisen second place, 53.41. Harry Beard in third place, 50.67. Altuntas, of Turkey, 49.43. Lawson Capes in fifth, 48.96 for him. Ben Roberts in sixth, 48.92. Richards Baldwin in seventh place, 47.10. Kieran Merritt in eighth, 42.56. Ivor Scott, 41.71 in ninth. So we see Richards Baldwin now take to the cage. First round throw, 47.10. Can he really push beyond that 50-meter mark? That's what he's got to be looking for if he wants to get into that podium position at this early stage in the competition. But we can see Richards Baldwin now whips around the circle. Fairly clean trajectory, fairly release, but that looks shy of the 40-meter mark, so that doesn't look as though it's going to be an improvement for Richards Baldwin in this under-18 men's discus competition. So like I said, 47.10 in the first round for him. And it looks to be the Trafford AC athletes that will be stepping into the cage next. And that will be Ben Roberts. So 48.92 first time round for Roberts. And just to go back to Richards Baldwin, that was a no throw for Richards Baldwin in his second attempt there. So Roberts, what can he do? See the wind pulling that discus around in the air slightly there. Robert makes his way out of the cage there. Didn't look as though it was going to be a huge improvement on what was thrown already in the first round from Ben Roberts there. But it was a slight improvement for Roberts, 50 meters and 64 centimeters. So Roberts has moved up to fourth place now, just behind Harry Beard in third place. Altuntis now takes to the ring. So Really winding up there nicely. That looks nice. That looks nice and clean. Good trajectory on the discus there for Altuntus. You can see the way that the athletes, in the preamble to the throw as they shift across the ring, they almost wind themselves up like a spring. Arms nice and wide, long arms, long levers, but really trying to get that wind up to increase that torque so they can transfer that energy through and across the ring, across those phases as they get to the front end of the ring, and then release that discus. And releasing the discus, again, that's an art in itself. Getting the right whip on that, the right trajectory on the discus, these can all make the throw. The complexity of throwing a discus is insane. These guys are doing a fantastic job today. And I said that Altuntus, it looked like he had a good throw there, really torqued up quite well, and the trajectory was good. And the discus traveled nice and smooth in the air, and it pushed it out to 52.47 for him there. So good throw from Altuntus, who moves into third place there. That was Lawson Capes there, 48.96 in the first round for Capes. Is there going to be any improvement on that? Again, it looked good out of the cage in the early phases. The discus did sort of lean a bit to the left-hand side. Again, I would probably put that down to the wind. It's Harry Beard, who's been pushed down into fourth place by Altuntus, makes his way to the cage. That was a no throw for Lawson Capes there in the second round. So Harry Beard now. Can he improve on that first round throw of 50.67? It looks good, good height. You can see there's, again, quite a bit of dip there, and it like I mentioned, it is really, really tough for these athletes because this event, it is so complex. 50.67 in the first round there. Trajectory is really key with the discus. You obviously don't want to ping it too high in the air, too steep out of the cage. It's going to peak and it's just going to drop like a stone in the air. This thing weighs 1.5 kilograms, so it's going to drop really, really quick. Again, too low, and the discus is just never going to build momentum. It's never going to use the energy that's been put into it to really get its maximum distance out of itself. If it's too low, it's not going to fly. So it's about getting that perfect angle out of the cage. And when you see the athletes hit that, that's when you get these huge throws there. So as we go to the cage in Onogbu, the Shaftesbury Barnet athlete, ranked number 2 in the UK this year. What can he do today? And that will be a no throw for Onogbu there. Just outside of the sector required to score a registering throw. But Beard previously, 52.45, so an improvement for him, but he stays in fourth place. Just cast your mind back. Altuntus with that 52.47 pushed him up into third place. Next up, it is the European champion, the European under-18 champion recently. Pushed that discus out to beyond 60 meters. It is Stumpenhuisen. Makes his way into the cage now for his round 2 throw, his second attempt today in this England champs. What can Stumpenhuisen produce here? 53.41, first time round for the reigning European under-18 champion. Big wingspan there, big whip, plenty of torque, catches the cage though, and that's going to be a no throw for Stumpenhuisen. Collects the discus and makes his way back there. He won't be worried. He knows he's got the big throws in his locker. He knows he can turn this on when he needs to, and it's still early days in this competition. But it is an Onogbu that leads this one, 53.93 from Stumpenhuisen, 53.40 throw. And Altuntus in third place, 52.47. As we see Logan Murray, our F20 athlete, making his way to the cage, to the ring. Going through those last minute preps there, them psychological preps to look out to the field there and action to insinuate what he's going to produce. And that looks as though it might just be outside of the sector there. It is. That is just outside the sector there, so that won't be a scoring throw for Logan Murray. And this one, like I said, it's early days in this competition. Still plenty of throwing left, but it's hotting up nicely. Kieran Merritt, the Yeaton district athlete, 42.56 in round number 2 for Merritt. Let's see what he can do. Can he improve on that? Well, it's going to be a no throw, because it's well outside of the sector there for Merritt. But in terms of the throw itself, barring the line, it actually looks like a fairly clean throw for Merritt there. The way the discus was travelling, quite nice, quite neat and tidy. So it's a shame for Merritt, but still plenty of opportunities in this one. Ivor Scott up next, the Victoria Park City of Glasgow athlete. 41.71, an improvement in round number 2 on that first round throw of 40.23. What can Scott do here? So Scott in the ring, in the cage. Again, not a bad throw from Scott. Looks to be around where we'd expect, around that 40-meter mark. So doesn't look to be any great improvements on previous throws, but nonetheless, another solid throw on the board for Scott. So brilliant that we've got such a quality field here today. As I mentioned, you know, 4 of the top 5 in the UK currently competing in this England Champs today. Stumpenhuisen and Onogbu, Harry Beard, Lawson Cape. We've also got Altuntis in there, currently ranked number 7 in the UK. William Richards Baldwin in there, sitting in 10th in the UK rankings. As he makes his way to the cage, 50.21 personal best. Now, what can Richards Baldwin do in this one? 47.10 to open the competition. Nice little bend in the knees there, where the power's going to be coming from. And then the torque and the whip from the upper half. This looks like a good throw there from Richards Baldwin. That looks reasonably a good throw, that. I think that could be an improvement on his previous throw. It had good height, reasonable height, maybe slightly too high because it did drop quite dramatically. But overall, that looked like a solid throw from Richard Baldwin there. Let's see what that one comes back as.
I've lost graphics on camera too.
But Richard Baldwin pushes that one out to 49 meters 80, so it was an improvement for Richard Baldwin in that previous round there. So Richard Baldwin moves up to 6th place there. And we've got the Trafford AC athlete there just making his way out of the cage. So Ben Roberts there, the Trafford AC athlete, in his 3rd round attempt, pushes another one to 50 metres, just over, but not quite what he drew earlier on in the competition with that 50 metres in 64. Now we've got Altuntis. Personal best in round number 2. And that one is going to be a no throw from Altuntis there. Altuntis, quite an animated character actually. It's Like to see a bit more of Altuntus on the camera, actually, from some of the actions he's gesturing, the way he's approaching the cage and walking away from the cage, exuding confidence, I would say, is Turkey Altuntus there. So that's good to see. 52-14 for Altuntus there in that last round.
Yeah, got it back now, cheers.
And it is Lawson Capes. 48-96 throw in round number 1. Second round failure. So what can Capes do now? That looks good. That looks long. That looks really, really long. If that's a counting throw, Lawson Capes has just dropped a mega one there. It wasn't a counting throw, though. Lawson Capes doesn't get the nod on that one. Another no throw for him in round 3, but that looked to have some real height and real distance on it out of the cage there. So Harry Beard heads to the cage. Currently sat in 4th place, 52-45 in round number 2 for Harry Beard. Scoring throw for Beard. Certainly a scoring throw. Can he improve on that 52-45? But no, that isn't an improvement for Harry Beard. So 52-45 still sitting in 4th place for him, as we see on an Ogbu. Our leader in this one, sitting on the top spot, 53-93 in round 1. Foul in round 2. So on an Ogbu gets the white flag there. You can just hear the winds that these athletes are having to contest with today. $50-17 for an Onogbu in round number 3. And it is Stumpenhuisen out next. So how can he respond to this one? So Stumpenhuisen takes to the cage, takes to the ring. The reigning European under-18 champion from Rieti. Going to build that torque, really accelerate across that ring there. And he's pushed that one out. He looks very, very high. Is he going to get the white flag? If he does, this could be a long throw. He gets the white flag. Now, where's this one going to rank in this competition? Is it going to go beyond that 53-93 mark of an Onogbu that was thrown in round number 1? Is Stumpenhuisen going to move to the top of the pile in this men's under-18 discus competition? We shall wait with bated breath while this result comes through, because it looked a good throw. And it's there. It's over 50 meters, but it does not improve on an Ogbu's 53.93. 50 meters and 63 centimeters for Stumpenhuisen there. But he sits down in 2nd place still after 3 attempts. So to recap our top 3, it is an Onogbu sat in the leader spot, 53.93. Stumpenhuisen in 2nd, 53.41. Altuntus in 3rd place, 52.47. Harry Beard in 4th, 52.45. Ben Roberts in 5th, 50.64. Richard Baldwin in 6th place, 40.80. Lawson Capes in 7th, 48.96. Kieran Merritt in 8th, 42.56. Ivor Scott in 9th, 41.71. And we've got Logan Murray in our F20 category competing today as well. Just pushed that out to 22 plus meters already today. So Logan Murray makes his way to the cage for his 4th attempt in this discus competition. Our F20 competitor today, Logan Murray. 22 meters and 80 centimeters in round number 2. Can he improve on that today in his 4th round throw? He gets the white flag. So Kieran Merritt there lining up next to throw. But Logan Murray, he did improve on that mark. Round number 4 for Logan Murray. It's been a big one. 28.59 for Murray. Our F20 competitor. What a throw from him there. Pushing that one out in his 4th round throw. So great signs for Murray as he progresses through this competition. But Kieran Merritt now. Merritt currently sat in 8th place, 42.56. Last round throw out, 41.79. So Merritt's got some work to do here if he wants to make an impression on this field. And that looks to be a reasonable throw technique-wise. Does he get the white flag, though? I'm unsure whether there was a red flag that went up there. It might just caught the edge of the picture. Did the red flag, but we will confirm as soon as that result comes through for Kieran Merritt there. Be shame if he doesn't get the nod with that one because it looked to be one of his better throws in the series, but it was a foul. Might have stepped outside of the ring on that occasion there. Hard to really say, but it was given the red flag. So Kieran Merritt stays down in 8th place. William Richards Baldwin set a PB of 49.80 in round number 3. What can he do now? Can he build on this? Can he get over the 50-meter mark today? The confidence must be high. You've thrown a personal best. He's going to be walking away from this competition happy, but can he get over 50 meters? Can he make an impression on the top leaders? Now you can hear the jeers from the ring area. You can hear the cheer. I wonder whether he's happy with that throw. It sounded like he was happy with that throw. But we'll see. Are we going to see an improvement on 49.80 for William Richards Baldwin in this competition? Is he going to get over 50 meters? Will he be able to make an impression on that top 3 and get on the podium? It would be a big ask, and it would be a bit of an upset if he did. But personal best in round number 3. And Richards Baldwin, not a million miles from PB territory, around the 47.15 mark there for him in that one. But next up, Ben Roberts. Now, Roberts is someone that we would expect or could see on that podium. Not expect, we could see Roberts on that podium. 50.64 in round number 2. He needs an improvement. He needs to push it out another 2 meters, and he's going to make an impression on that top spot. He's going to make an impression on that podium. Can he do that? Just looking at the body language there, Roberts didn't look overly enthused by that throw. So Altuntus up next. 52.47 for Altuntus. Currently sat in the medal position. Ben Roberts did push that one out beyond 50 meters, but it was 50.41. So just shy of the top spot. Just shy of Altuntus there in 3rd place. So Altuntus talking this one up nice and low. Really transferring that energy through that throw there. And that looked to be a good throw for Altuntus there. He's had a good series of throws as Altuntus. 52.47 in round number 2. 52.14 in round number 3. What can he produce in this one? Is it going to go beyond 52 meters? Is it going to get him into that 2nd spot there? It's currently held by Stumpenhusen. Like I said, Altuntus really gets low in the ring, actually. If you notice that, when he's talking up, when he's pulling the arm wide, trying to generate that power, trying to transfer that energy from the legs up through the body into the arms, and really essentially whipping it out from the fingertips. And that is an improvement from Altuntus. It's 53.41. He's moved into second place. And at the top end of this competition, and Onogbu still holds the top spot, 53.93. But Turkey Altuntus moves into second place, a personal best for him, and Stumpenhusen is in third. As we see Lawson Capes take to the ring to push his fourth attempt out there. Now, can Capes improve on his 48.96? He gets the white flag, so he is going to register a distance for this throw. Is it going to get out anywhere near the likes of Altuntus, Stumpenhusen, and Onogbu? I'm not quite sure, but that leaderboard, it's changing all the time. And Turkey Altuntus, I tell you what, he is an half having a competition today. 53.41 for Altuntus. Well, as I say that, 54.04. Lawson Capes pushes a personal best out. If you cast your mind back to Lawson Capes' third round throw, I said it looked big and he got the red flag. It was a foul. But Lawson Capes has delivered with a personal best, 54.04. He heads the competition up now, and Onogbu in second place, Altuntus in third. And that looked to be Harry Beard there, pushing that one out to around that 50-meter mark. This competition hotting up nicely with Capes in the last round really delivering an outstanding throw, 54.04, to push him right up in there into that top spot in this under-18s discus competition. So on Onogbu, his fourth round throw, 57.49 personal best for an Onogbu. So he's well capable of pushing this one out to take that top spot today. Can he do it though? This is the competition setting. This changes things a lot. It's a nice whip on that one from an Onogbu. We'll get an official reading on that. But 53.93 in round number one. Is he going to improve on that? So Onogbu does not improve on that. That was a 44.07 throw for Onogbu in round number 4 there. So well down on what he's capable of. As Stumpenhusen takes to the cage. Currently sat in 4th place in the competition now. And another no throw. Stumpenhusen's second no throw of the series now. With 4 throws down, he's got 2 left to make an impression on this field. Currently, the European Under-18 champion is outside of the medals in this English champs, with Capes leading things with 54.4, Onogbu in second, and Altuntus in third. With that 4th round personal best throw of 53.41 for Altuntus. As we see Logan Murray now. Can he improve on that previous round throw? 28.59 in round number 4 for Logan Murray. 26.78 for Logan Murray there in his 5th round attempt there. So 28.59 will sit as his top throw in his series so far, as Kieran Merritt lines up for his 5th attempt. So provided Merritt gets the white flag, we would have another registered throw for him in this 5th round. 42.56 is best so far. It looks like Ivor Scott has passed on his 4th and 5th throws, where there's an injury in camp there. Merritt did get the white flag, 38.06 though, so 4 meters down, 4.5 meters down on what he's thrown already today. So William Richards Baldwin, personal best throw in round number 3 for Baldwin. Like we mentioned before, can he get beyond that 50-meter mark? It looks nice. It looked like a nice throw from William Richards Baldwin there. So provided we get the white flag on this one, that looked like another solid throw in his series today. Throws of 47.10, 49.80, 47.15 for Richards Baldwin. So 5th round throw done and dusted. That result should filter through to us very shortly. Let's see if there was any improvement on that 49.80 centimeter throw in round number 3 for him. And Roberts now, his 5th round throw, 50.64, his best today of the series, came in round number 2. So William Richards Baldwin did throw another 47-meter plus throw. So that takes another 3 throws today for him. 4 throws, sorry, beyond that 47-meter mark. As we see Altuntas take to the cage now. His 5th round throw. Currently sat in 3rd place. It looks good. It looks reasonable. Nice straight line on it. So let's see where Altuntas is going to end after this one. 2 personal bests already in the competition. 52.47 throw first, then he pushed it out to 53.41, setting a new lifetime best for him today. Can he touch that 53 plus mark again? Altuntas, 5th round throw, 52.96 there. He's put in a really, really good series together today. And it just shows he's consistent now around that 52, 53 meter mark. So it'll be interesting to see whether in his final round, whether he can just dig something out of the locker and go further than that 53 meter mark. He'd be delighted with that today. But consistent throwing from Altuntas as we see Capes enter the ring now. 54-4 in round number 4 for Capes. And that one's straight into the cage. That's going to be a no throw for Capes today, which is a bit of a shame because actually he's only registered 2 throws out of the 5 so far. First round, 48.96, just getting something on the board, nice and steady. But that 54.04 really shows the potential of what Capes has got in him. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get another throw on the board today, what he can get it out to. But yes, Altuntus sort of, total contrast to Altuntus' series. 5 throws, 4 of them beyond 52 meters, and personal bests across the board. As we see Harry Beard now, 5th round throw for Harry Beard, 52.45, set in round number 2 for Beard. Provided he gets a white flag, that's going to be another one on the board for Beard there. Will it improve on that 52.45 mark? It does not improve on that 52.45 mark. 50.14 for Harry Beard in round number 5 there. As we see Anogbu approach the cage to make his 5th round throw. Now 53.93 for Anogbu in round number 1. So all the signs were set that this was going to be a positive competition, a good competition, getting that distance on the board early. But it hasn't quite gone that way for Anogbu, and that's another one into the cage there. So that's a no throw for Anogbu. So a frustrating series of throws, I imagine, for Anogbu in this. 53.93 leaves him in 2nd place. But other than that, he's really struggled to put together a good throw today. So he'll go away and he'll come back and he's got one more attempt at this. And, you know, we'll see whether he can dig something out there and make an impression on the top spot. But again, talk about a bit of pressure starting to build. Stumpenhuisen into the cage. The European Under-18 champion. 5th round. He's currently sat outside of the medals in 53.41. I didn't think I'd be saying that today. But Stumpenhuisen, that looked good. That looked to be a good throw. You can tell by the way that our cameraman hasn't managed to catch exactly where it landed there. So that looked to be a solid one on the board for Stumpenhuisen there. Will it make an impression on the top 3 though? 53.41 he's currently sat on. Did he get the white flag as well? I didn't catch whether the throw official give him the white flag. But Stumpenhuisen currently sat down in 4th place on 53.41. Can he improve on that? Can he make an impression on the podium? He can't quite yet. 50.59. So again, out that 50-meter mark, but not quite enough to get him on the podium. So Logan Murray, our F20 athletes, into the cage. 28.59 in round number 4 for Murray. That looked to be a nice throw for Logan Murray there, and he looks pretty happy with that one. He looks very happy with that one. What's Logan Murray managed to dig out there in round number 5? Round number 6, sorry, for Murray. 28.59 best of today. What's Logan Murray just thrown? Because he looked very, very animated in the cage there and very, very happy with that one. And no wonder Logan Murray was happy. 29.15 to close out his competition today. A good series of throws for Logan Murray. So Kieran Merritt, his final throw. .42.56 in round number 2 for Kieran Merritt. It looked to be a nice throw. It looked to be nice and clean and tidy in the circle there. Nice trajectory on the discus. Question is, was the distance there though? Can he improve on his 42.56 that he threw in round number 2? He can improve on that 42.56 in round number 2, but he wasn't a million miles away. That was another solid throw from Kieran Merritt in his series. 42.03 today to close out his competition. So he will sit in 8th place now. 42.56, his best throw of the day for Kieran Merritt. As we see William Richards Baldwin, a PB in round number 3 for Richards Baldwin. Takes to the cage for his final throw of today, his final throw of the series, his final opportunity today to go beyond that 50-meter mark. Can he do it? Can he produce another personal best? Can he find 21 centimeters to take him over 50 meters for the day? William Richards Baldwin. Nice and low, discus flying high there, coming down fairly dramatically, but that looked to be a good throw from William Richards Baldwin. And he's put together some solid throws. I've said this before, consistently 47.10, 49.80, 47.15, 48.08. So can we see something around that 49.50 meter mark for William Richards Baldwin to close out his competition today and potentially leapfrog into 6th place and push Ben Roberts down into 7th spot? We will await that throw result for Richards Baldwin, his final throw of the series in this England Champs. Ben Roberts up next, Trafford AC athlete. Just waiting for the nods to enter the cage. As I wait with bated breath for William Richards Baldwin's final throw. We'll tidy up these results when they do filter through. Well, plenty more field action to come today. If you are just joining us, we've got our under-16 boys long jump final underway. We've also got our para-ambulant long jump final also underway. And then coming up later on this afternoon, we're going to be moving over to our shot put events. Got our under-18 girls now, our para-ambulant shot going off around about the 1 o'clock mark. It's 25 minutes time. Then we're going to move into our javelin section there. So still plenty of action to come in this England Athletics Age Group Champs. I am Rich Morrell, and I'll be bringing you commentary all weekend. So you'll have me all day today on the field events and all day tomorrow on the field events. We do have our track stream also underway as well. So if you want an adopt between the two streams to catch some of our track action, that is available on YouTube also. And we've got our very, very confident Scott Eburn on comms for the track event. Oh, back to the action. In the cage, and it is Altuntis. 53.41 personal best for Altuntis in round number 4. The way his throws have been going today, I wouldn't be surprised if he knocked another personal best in today. He's having a great series. He'll be over the moon with his competition today if he can walk away with a medal. Now remember, Stumpenhuisen is just behind Altuntis in this competition and has still got 1 throw to go. So you wouldn't fancy being in the position of Altuntis where you're relying on holding on to Stumpenhuisen, not delivering in that last throw to hold on to a bronze medal. So ideally, Altuntis will want something beyond that 53.41 mark and beyond that 53.93 mark that's been thrown by an Onogbu. He'll want to get himself right up there. Altuntis starts really low in the ring, drives up, whips it out. Another nice clean throw from Altuntis there. You can hear the roar from the cage. He seems happy with it. What has he managed to do, though? Has he gone beyond that 53.41 mark? Hands on the head would suggest he's not 100% with that one. We've seen how animated he was earlier when he nailed that throw of 53-41. Has he managed to get any further than that today? The body language maybe suggests not, but we'll see when that official result comes through. Just to recap, Richards Baldwin did put together another decent throw, but it was just shy of that 50-meter mark, 49.28. And Altuntus bows out the competition, 50-79 his final throw there. So a good series, a real good series from Altuntus. 53-41 personal best that came in round number throw. He currently holds on to the bronze medal position. Now Capes sitting on the top spot with only 2 registered throws. 54-4 in round number 4. That one looks to be pushed wide of the sector there. How is that going to sit? How is that going to register? Does he get the white flag? It's another no throw for Lawson Capes there. So Capes really, that 54-4 was a special throw in round number 4 for him. But will it be enough to secure victory? Looks like Harry Beard is next to take his final throw. And then it's going to come down to the big 2. And Anogbu and Stumpenhuisen. So Harry Beard, 52-45. Currently sat in 5th place. Can he make any advancement on that podium? Can he push himself into the medals? Not with that one. It's not going to be today for Harry Beard. He's going to bow out this competition in 5th place with a best of 52-45 today for Harry Beard. So solid throwing, but just not quite enough to get onto that podium. You can see Stumpenhuisen warming up in the background there. The whip that these guys get. Crazy, crazy athletes. And again, like I mentioned, the technique with this one. Think of the energy, the force that these athletes are putting into these throws. From the toes down to the right up to the shoulders, they've got to transfer all of that through into the fingertips for that final release of this discus. Not an easy task. But so far, a few of them done it successfully today. Lawson Capes will be happy with his throw, 54-4, to put him into 1st place. The question is, what have Stumpenhuisen and Anogbu got to say about this podium? Is there going to be any changes in this one? Are they going to make an impression? Are they going to make a difference on this podium? Or is it things going to stand as they are? Can Anogbu knock Capes off that top spot? He's currently sat in the silver medal position. I would have thought before this competition, given what he was looking at and lining up against, he might have thought, yeah, silver's a realistic goal, given that he's lining up against Stumpenhuisen. He might have thought that the athlete in front of him would be Stumpenhuisen, not Lawson Capes. Things don't always play out like that in sport. So what are we going to see here from an Anogbu? He waits patiently to get the nod. He's just going to be sat there, stood there in fact, visualizing this throw over and over again. What he needs to do to get on the top spot, potentially steal gold in the final throw. So Onanogbu makes his way to the cage for his final throw. 53.93 in round 1. Can he deliver? Now, has he got the white flag? Because if he has, that could certainly make an impression on the top spot. Does he get the white flag though? That's the question. If he does, is it going to alter the medal table? Is he going to jump into 1st place with that last throw of his series? He's not. He's not going to jump into the gold medal spot. And Anogbu currently sat in second place with a 6th round throw of 52.59. So it was getting out there to that 53.93 first round throw, but not quite enough to take it. So currently in the silver medal position, Capes in the gold spot, Altuntus sat in bronze. Now, can Stumpenhuisen do anything about this? If there's one man you did not want to be lining up into the ring to take this last throw, it's Stumpenhuisen, because he could turn this competition on his head here. Has he managed to do it, though? Does he get the white flag? He gets the white flag. So the question is now, what is the distance? Is it an improvement on 53.41? Is it enough to push him up into the medal table? Is it enough to take Capes off the top spot or push Altuntus out of the medals? We wait with bated breath to see the 6th and final throw from Stumpenhuisen. Like I said, if there's one man you didn't want to be going into it, it was Moyo Stumpenhuisen. And guess what? He's nailed it. 54.04 in round number 6. He moves to the top of the table. He takes the gold. Lawson Capes in second place, 54.04. And an Ogbu, he's going to have to settle for bronze. It's a tough pill to swallow for Altuntus, though. He's been sat in that medal position all throughout this competition. And in the last throw from Stumpenhuisen, he gets it snatched away from him. He gets the bronze snatched away from him. So Altuntus settles for 4th place. I said if there's one man you didn't want to go up against, it was Moyo Stumpenhuisen on that last round throw. And he delivered like the pro that he is. 54.04 to close out his competition today. Lawson Capes, a personal best in second place, 54.04 for him. Chuan and Ogbu, third place, takes the bronze, 53.93. Altuntus in 4th, 53.41. Harry Beard in 5th, 52.45. Roberts in 6th, 50.64. Richards Baldwin in 7th, 49.80. And Kieran Merritt in 8th, 42.56. And Ivor Scott, who retired after his 3rd round throw, in 41.71. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes what has been an absolutely fantastic men's under-18 England champs discus competition.
chose it because it was the shortest route.
Interest, where is this being streamed? There will be one person here, yeah. So make sure they don't foul over this line.
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, guys, we start the warm-up throws.
So take your mind again. It's going there.
So we are back live now with this women's under 18 shot put, and we can see that is athlete number 936, Ebony Roach, the Havering AC athlete. Season's best of around the 12-meter mark. So this is in the 3-kilogram shot put section for these under 18 girls competing today. And currently leading the way is Amelia Odessa on 16.64 in that first round. Huge draw to put her well out of sight of anyone else in this first round at this early stage in the competition. Second place, we've got Monica Malagala, 13.07 for her. And in third place, it is Grace Hawker, 12.62. From Wales, the Welsh athlete there hanging on to that third place spot at this very, very early stage of this under 18 girls shot put competition. Now, Odessa, who I mentioned, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete, 17.21. She was fourth in Rieti in Italy at the European under 18 champs, and she is the UK number one. So you'd expect with a throw of 16.64. That's well within her remit and what she's capable of today. So, plenty still to go in this women's shot put competition. And yeah, we'll look forward to watching this one unfold. Start list on the whole, we've got Lottie Graves in there, Elizabeth Boycer, Ruby Slater-Rowley, Kira Oxley, Scarlett Slater-Rowley, Bethany Pendlebury. You'll notice a few of these names as well that competed earlier in our discus competition as well. Matilda Hewitt, Monica Malagala, Grace Hawker, Amelia Odessa, and Ebony Roach in there as well. So next into the circle, it appears to be Lottie Graves there, the Darlington Harrier in AC. Under 18 with a personal best of 12.09. And that looks to be out towards that high 11, low 12-meter mark there for Lottie Graves, the Darlington Harrier. So next we'd be expecting to see Elizabeth Boycier in there as well, the Ealing Southall Middlesex AC athlete. So that was Lottie Graves, and that was 12.16. 12 meters, 16 centimeters for Lottie Graves, so a personal best for her. As we see Boycier there make her second round attempt in this ladies' shot put competition. And that was just shy of the 12-meter mark for Boycier there, 11.99. So an improvement on her first round throw of 10.29. So this looks to be Ruby Slater-Rowley now. The Retford AC athlete with a personal best of 12.23. 12.17 this season for Ruby. And that looks to be a bit down on that 12-meter mark. So still, like I said, still early days in this competition. So we'll see this one play out, definitely. And still plenty of opportunities to push on beyond that 12-meter mark. So as we progress through this competition, it is still Amelia Odessa sat on the top spot with that throw of 16.64 from second place. Kira Oxley there, 13.39, big personal best for her in round number 2. And Monica Malagala still holding on to that third place with a throw of 13.07. So that was Monica Malagala there, 14.51, a personal best for Monica Malagala there in the second round. So real strong throw from her at this sort of early stage in the competition. And that looked to be Grace Hawker there, the Cardiff Archers athlete. That was a 12.70 throw there for Grace Hawker. That moves her up to fourth place. And this should be Amelia Odessa making her second attempt throw. And that is a really, really solid throw. That Odessa using that glide technique across the circle there, and you can see as she develops the energy through that circle, she pushes everything in a nice straight line, and we've seen that there. And the distance that putt travelled there, that was something special, that throw. I'm interested to see what that came back at. 16.83. You could see it was long. The direction of travel and the direction of energy from where she started at the back of that circle, the way she tracked across the circle with the shot put tight into the neck, then drove it out, and it stayed central all the way. That was key to that big throw there, 16.83. As we see Roach now takes her throw, and Roach again pushes that one out well beyond the 10-meter mark there for Ebony Roach. First round for of 11.51 for Roach. As we stand now, it is Amelia Odessa taking this one taking this one by storm at the moment. As we see Sienna Allen Chaplin competing in this one of our para ambulant athletes there. 4:31 in round one there for Sienna. So let's see if there's been any advancement on that throw for her there. So that's 4:22 there for Sienna Allen Chaplin, our Welsh athlete there, competing in the F36 category. So 4:22 in the second round, so no improvement on that first round throw of 4:21. Next up into the circle, it is Lottie Graves. Lottie Graves' personal best in round number 2 there. Again, a lot of these athletes seem to be using the glide technique across the circle, which is easier to manage from a technical point of view. But ideally, what we want to be seeing from the athletes is everything, like I mentioned, what we've seen with Odessa, is everything traveling in that forward momentum. So everything, all the energy is going forward and driving out in straight line. Now, if you notice there with that previous throw from Graves, just pulled slightly to the right-hand side of the sector. So maybe some slight adjustments needed there from Graves to really try and maximise that throw and the energy that she's putting into this one. As we see by Sierra, 11.99 in round 2. Can she improve on that one today? That looks to be getting out to around about that 11 metre mark there. So next up, it is going to be Ruby Slater Rowley. 11.34 in round number 1. 11.12 in round number 2. What can she do here? So just waiting for our officials here before we get the third round throw underway for Ruby Slater Rowley. 11.34 in round number 1. Just a recap where things are on the national scale with things. Some of the competitors we've got throwing today. Amelia Odessa is our UK number 1 in that section. 16.85 personal best for her. Also, we've got Monica Malagala competing today. She's currently ranked in the top 5 in the UK, sitting in that 4th spot there, with Grace Hawker also in there as well, who's thrown 14.65. That's Pendlebury, who isn't lining up today, did compete in the discus earlier on in there. She's in 7th, currently sits in 7th place in the UK rankings. But Ebony Roach, Hilda Hewitt, they're both sitting there in the top 10. It really shows from the class that we have got competing today in this women's under 18 shot put competition. Plenty of quality in this one. See there's our start list for today's under 18 shopper competition in that top left hand corner. Some of these athletes aren't competing today. Pendlebury certainly one that's withdrawn following her exploit in the hammer earlier on today. Sorry, in the discus earlier on today. So we can also see in the top right hand corner of your screen at the moment, our under 16 girls javelin competition is well underway. Throwing the 500-gram javelin today, and that is Phoebe Ball lining up for her first attempt there. The Lincoln Wellington AC athlete, personal best today, 6 meters and 18 centimeters this season. So plenty of quality in this one as well, and I will bring you our start list up of this under 16s javelin competition. So we can see the likes of Imogen Mason, Mila Desborough, Lumen Myers. There's plenty of athletes in this one that are certainly going to be in the hunt for medals by today's in today's English champs. Let's see, we've gone to our second page there. Well, it looks like we boxed everything off on page number 1 there. So those are our entrants in that with girls under 16s javelin competition. That has just got underway. So we'll bring you some live results of those as that one filters through. But we've also got our shot put competition well underway. And we can see it is Oxley that is about to make her 3rd round throw in that one. So Kira Oxley in this shot put competition currently sat in 4th place. Personal best in round number 2, 13:39. So she'll be looking to improve on that in her 3rd round throw and potentially push into their medal positions. That looks to be a nice throw from Oxley there. That certainly looks to be out into PB territory for her. It certainly looks to be pushing in up to that 14-meter mark. So Oxley currently in 4th place. Like I said, Lottie Graves, who sat in 3rd place, is sat on 13.78. So Kira Oxley, another really good throw from Oxley there, 13.38. So just 1 centimetre shy of a newly set personal best. And it is Scarlett Slater Rowley up next for her 3rd round throw, 12.67 in round number 2. So what can Slater Rowley do now? It's a nice straight trajectory on the shot there from Slater Rowley. Again, that's what we're wanting to see from the phases of that shot put. Certainly making sure she's maximising the energy transfer into that shot put. So that's a good solid throw there from Slater Rowley. 12.46, so 12.67 in round number 2 personal best. So not a million miles away from PB territory with that 3rd round throw of 12.46. As we see Matilda Hewitt now make her way over to the shot put area. So 11.89 in round number 1, 10.34, so down on that in round number 2. She'll be looking for an improvement on that one to try and build some momentum in this competition. Ideally, she'll want to be pushing out beyond that 12-meter mark. And that certainly looks like a better throw than the 10.34 in round number 2 from Matilda Hewitt there. Like I said, 11.89 first round throw. Can she advance on that? Can she improve on that one? It looked good, and it was good. 12.35 for Matilda Hewitt, so puts herself right above that 12-meter mark now. So into the under 16 girls javelin competitions, it is Mila Desborov who is lining up to make her throw in this competition. Mila will be registering her first throw in this one. It's a good speed on the runway there. Javelin seemed to peak out a touch there, but we'll see what Mila registers on the board to start with. Currently leading that competition, it is Kristen Badrock, 37.56 for her. Francesca Kate in second place, 36.77. And Sophia Horsfall Sam, 35.86 in third. Clara Novak-Whiteman sitting in fourth place, 34.93 with a personal best for her in her first round throw. Amelia Davies, 33.48 for her. Imogen Mace, 32.14. Phoebe Ball, 31.14. As we see Jennifer Emily Mardell lining up to take her first round throw. And that looked to be a nice throw from Jennifer there. Nice clean on the runway there. Good trajectory of the javelin as it moved through the air. Didn't peak too high and then suddenly fall off, or wasn't particularly low. So that looked to be a solid throw from Jennifer Mardell. As we see Clara Novak-Whiteman lining up to take her second throw of today. Opened up with a personal best, 34.93. So that looked to be Amelia Modessa there in the shot put circle. So 16.83 for a season's best in round number 2. That looked to be another really healthy, really strong throw from Amelia at this early stage in the competition. Like I said, Amelia's pushed this shot out to beyond 17 meters at her best. So 14.26 there, the round number 2 throw for her. So we'll see if she can build on that 16.83 from round number 2. So Phoebe Ball in this javelin competition, 31.14 in round number 1. Just back to the top of this, Mila Desborough, 47.40 for Mila on her first round throw. So that was something special there. She's really put herself in control of this competition from an early stage. The Wimborne AC athlete there, 48.91 personal best. So she's pushing out into PB territory as Mila. So Amelia Davies now, 33.48, currently sat in 7th place in this competition. Get ready for her second round throw. Kristen Badrock now. This competition on this in this ladies under 16 girls javelin competition, Mila Desborough, they're leading this one. Currently UK number 1, 48.91. But she's got, you know, some healthy competition in here. The likes of Kristen Badrock also in that top 10 in the UK. Amelia Davies also in there as well. Lumen Myers also in there. So, you know, there's plenty of quality at this event today. It's just whether they can get on terms with Mila, and that huge opening throw for Mila of 47.40, not a million miles away from personal best territory. And at the moment it is Kristen Badrock in second place with a 37.97 throw from Francesca Kite, who threw 36.77 in the opening round there. So at the moment, Desborough well out in front on this one. As we see the City of York athlete there, that looked like Sophia Horsfall Sam there, who made her throw, made her attempt there. And it is Amelia Davies who is up next. So Sophia Horsfall Lamb 44.51 with her second round attempt there, as we see Davies make her way down the runway. And that again looks like another healthy throw from Amelia Davies there. But yeah, Sophia Horsfall Sam 44.51, round number 2, the City of York athlete. I thought the throw looked really good. It's really hard to gauge with the camera angle, but 44.51, a personal best for Sophia Horsfall Sam there. That's yeah, that's great for her at this early stage in the competition, as we see Mila lining up on that runway once again. Take her second round attempt, 47.40, round number 1 throw. So she wants to be building into this one with some real pace on the runway, then transferring that energy down into the legs and through back up into the arm. So that looks like another throw that's going to get the white flag there, and it does get the white flag for Mila. So how far has Desborough gone on this one? Like I said, 47.40, round number 1, 45.66. So another solid throw out to that mid-40s mark, as we see Jennifer Mardle, 30.51, her opening throw in round number 1. So looking at that throw from Sophia Horsfall Sam, that's going to push her right up in the UK rankings. And I think it's going to put her round about number 2 behind Mila Desborough. So again, this one, you know, there's still plenty of throwing left in this competition. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one unfolds. As we see Jennifer Mardle there, 30.51 in round number 1 for her. She gets the white flag with this one as well. So that will be another throw on the board for Jennifer Mardle. And that's 29.39. So just a touchdown on Jennifer's previous throw. As we see Clara Novak-Whiteman, a foul in round number 2. Her third round attempt there. Nice little step over, transferring that energy and weight across into the arm. So what's Clara Novak-Whiteman nailed in this third round here? Because she's got the white flag, so we know there's going to be scores on the doors for Clara Novak-Whiteman. The question is, where is that throw going to sit? And it is an improvement. It's 35.19, and it's a personal best for Clara Novak-Whiteman, so she moves up to 6th place there. As we see Francesca Kate currently sat in 4th place with a personal best throw in round number 1 of 36.77. So good speed on the runway there from Kate. Javelin trajectory seemed to be all right there, not too bad. Seemed possibly a little bit angled going up, a little bit high going out. Maybe not the ideal throwing angle, but certainly not a bad throw there for Francesca. 28.92 for her, so a bit down on the 36.77 personal best earlier on. And I think you could probably see that in the way that we mentioned the angle there just being possibly slightly too high. I think that's obviously had an impact upon the throw there. As Phoebe Ball lines up 31.14 in round number 1. Again, does she get the white flag with that one? She does, so we're going to have a registered throw for Phoebe Ball. 31.14 in round number 1 and no throw in round number 2. So 32.38 for Phoebe Ball, so she improves on her first round attempt. As we see Imogen Mace now, 36.73 for Imogen Mace in the last round, a personal best. Now the questions start creeping in for the athletes. I feel like I can go further. Can I do more today? Can I really start pushing up and making an impression on this podium? So Imogen Mace lining up 36.73 in round number 2. Good speed on the runway. Javelin just didn't seem to have the best height through there, and looked as though the wind potentially caught the back end of it as we've seen it start to shift a little bit in the air there. So it'll be interesting to see what that one came out as Amelia Davies now is there ready, poised, ready to go on the runway, and that was 34.28 for Imogen Mace, so a couple of meters down on her previous throw. So Amelia Davies now 33.48 in round number 1. Now we're going to see any improvements on that one. Does she get the white flag? She does. So let's see how this one shapes up. Amelia Davies 34.70. It was a good throw. It keeps her in 8th place. But overall, it's an improvement on what she's thrown earlier on in this competition. As we see Badrock now, Kristen Badrock currently sat in 3rd place in the bronze medal position, 37.97 in round number 2. Now she needs to be pushing this out to well beyond the 44-45 meter mark if she wants to progress up this podium here. So you can see Badrock, really good pace on the runway there, nice step overs. That looks to be a good throw, that by Kristen Badrock. You can see the step overs were nice, that penultimate step where you transfer the energy into the block leg and push it through. That looked really, really promising there from Kristen Badrock. So can she make an impression on the 40 meter mark? Well, not quite yet, but it is another improvement. It's 38.23. So she's getting better with every single throw in this competition. As we see Sophia Horsfall-Sam now 44.51 for that personal best throw in round number 2. The City of York athlete. A rangy athlete with this one, really drives that one out there. Gets the white flag. So where's this one going to sit for Sophia? Is it going to be an improvement on that 44.51? From looking at it, it didn't look to have the same pull as the 44.51. It looked to drop just a little bit lower than that. And it has came back 40.70 for Sophia Horsfall-Sam there. So she sits still in 2nd place as we see Lumen Myers, another athlete that we mentioned that's sitting in the UK top 10 rankings currently. 35.12 in round number 2. And no throw, foul throw in round number 1. So what can Lumen Myers produce here? That looked good. We had some nice hang time there from the javelin, and she gets the white flag. I feel like from looking at that, it should be an improvement on that 35 meters mark, or at least around about the 35 meters. As we see Mila Desborough, and it was an improvement by Myers there, 40.54, so she moves up into 3rd place. You could just tell by the hang with the javelin on that one. So Mila Desborough, 47.40. Round number 1. What can she do now in round number 3? 45.66 in round 2. What has Mila got in her locker here? Good approach, good controlled approach. Really whipped that arm through there. Looks to have again pushed it out to around the 40 meter mark, but she's been given the red flag there. So that's going to be a no throw for Mila Desborough. So Bit of change in the top spots there. Luma Myers moves into the bronze medal position. Sophia Horsfall-Sam still holding on to second, and Mila Desborough in first. As we see Jennifer Mardell now. So Jennifer Mardell, 30.51 in round number 1. 29.39, so reasonably consistent throws around that 30-meter mark. Can she make any improvements on that 30.51 from round number 1? Good pace on the runway. That looked good. That certainly looked good. The trajectory and the flight of the javelin looked really promising there.
I'm not hearing.
So I would be thinking that we're looking to be getting out around about beyond that 30-meter mark there. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an improvement for Mardell. And as I say that, the result is through 31.72 for Jennifer Mardell there in round number 3. So again, a positive move for her in this competition. As we flick back over to the women's shot put competition, and it looks like Kira Oxley now taken to the circle. 13.39 personal best in round number 2, currently sat in 4th place. She pushes that shot put out there too. Again, around about that 14-meter mark. Could that be an improvement on that 13.39? We will wait to see that one filter through there. No great changes in the top spots. It is still Odessa, Malagala and Hawker there holding them top 3 spots. And it was 13.61 for Oxley, a new personal best and further advancement in this competition, although she does stay in 4th place. As we see Scarlett Slater-Rowley now. 12.67 in round number 2. Currently in 5th position. Can she put the pressure on the athletes in front of her? Looked to be a reasonable throw for Slater-Rowley there. Not quite sure whether it's going to be getting out into that PB territory beyond that 12.67 mark. I think probably just shy of that one. So Scarlett Slater-Rowley, 4th attempt. That was 12.41 for her. So Matilda Hewitt now. 6th place, 12.35 on the board in round number 3. One of the only athletes I've seen use the rotational technique today. It does have its benefits, that throw. Certainly does, that technique. If you look at the way that the pros approach the shot put, a lot of them, the majority of them I would say, are using the rotational technique these days. However, the glide technique does come with its benefits, and I think for these young athletes developing in the sport, unless you've really got that technique cracked down, that rotational technique, it can have its disadvantages, it can have its drawbacks. If the balance is off, if the trajectory of the shot put is off, it can cause problems.
1, 2, mic 2, mic 2. Any good?
So we've just seen Monica Malagala there make her 4th round throw, 13.91 for Monica Malagala. As we can see, Grace Hawker now getting ready for her throw, applying the chalk to the shot put. So Grace Hawker, 13.72, sitting in 3rd place, through in round number 3. So momentum is certainly with her. Another one going for the rotational technique today, and nails that one straight out. Nice clean line with that one. So what's Grace Hawker managed to pull off in that one there? Like I said, 13.72 in 3rd place, just behind Malagala, who's thrown 14.51 today, personal best for her. And that is 12.41 for Grace Hawker there. So that's down on the 13.72 throw earlier on in the competition. So she will remain. As we see Amelia Odessa, 16.83 in round number 2. Can she advance on that today? Look to be beyond the 15-meter mark. 14.26 was a throw in round number 3. So 16.51. Another good throw for Amelia there. Another really solid throw. Punching in 3 of them throws in around that 1650 to 1685 mark now. So consistent throwing from Amelia Odessa as we see Ebony Roach now currently in 8th place. Personal best throw in round number 2 of 1283. What can she produce today? Ebony Roach there, look to be under that 12-11 metre mark there, so I don't anticipate any improvement there for Ebony Roach on her throws. So we'll leave this shot put competition for a second and head back over to the javelin as we see Sophia Horsfall Sam there, that 44.51 first round throw, 40.70, second round throw, 40.70 in round number 3. What can she produce now in round number 4? Can she close the gap on Mila Desborough, or can she even go beyond her? So Sophia Horsfall Sam now lines up in this one. Round number throw, City of York athlete. Good power and momentum on the runway. Nice fly of the javelin there. And she's got the white flag. Is it going to be out towards that 45 metre mark? I'm not sure. I don't think it quite had the zip of the other throws that were certainly pushing it out to that 45 metre mark. I would anticipate we're going to be something under that 40 metre mark, just watching the way that one peaked out there. And it is 34.6 for Horsfall Sam there in round number 4. So that was Lumen Myers, made her fourth round throw, 35.50 for Lumen Myers, so well down on what she's already thrown today. As we see Mila Desborough line up for her round 4 throw. Foul in round number 3. What can she do now? That one looked good, it looked healthy. I think she got the white flag. Didn't quite manage to catch the throw referee. She did get the white flag, and it's 43.51 for Mila. So Clara Novak-Whiteman currently sat in 7th place. Personal best in round number 3 of 35.19. Can she improve on that? That one looked good. Certainly looked good. 33.83 in round number 4. She gets the white flag. So Francesca Kate now 36.77 in round number 1. What a way to open her competition. So Francesca currently in 5th place. Going back to Clara Novak-Whiteman's throw. It was 34.48. So another solid throw for Clara in this competition, and Francesca 36.38 for her. So again, we're seeing some distances starting to punch around that same mark now. We're getting some consistent throws. So we see Imogen Mace now currently in 6th position in this one. Again, another athlete who's scored a personal best today in round number 2. What can Imogen do with this one? Good pace on the runway there. Good pace on the javelin as well, and a nice flight through the air for Imogen Mace there. She gets the white flag. So will we see an improvement on that 36.73 mark? We do see an improvement. 37.61 for Imogen Mace. Another personal best and another meter on top of the personal best there. So she's moved up to 5th place. So fantastic throw on there from Imogen Mace. We thought it looked good. We thought it looked healthy. And we were right with that thinking, because Imogen Mace has just set another personal best there in round number 5. Just flicking back to our under 18 girls shot put competition, I can see Monica Malagala has had a 5th round attempt at 13.78. Top spot still largely unchanged. Amelia Odessa in 1st place, Malagala in 2nd, and Grace Hawker in 3rd, 13.72. So it is Sophia Horsfall Sam now. That was Kristen Badrock with her 5th round throw, 34.06 for Kristen, so just outside their medals at the moment. But Sophia Horsfall Sam, that 44.51, huge throw in round number 2. What can she produce here? As we see Odessa on the shot put screen as well, making her 5th round throw. So Horsfall Sam, good acceleration on the runway there, but again, the javelin just seemed to peak slightly. The flight of it, the angle, just the release angle doesn't seem to quite be there, and that can make a huge difference to these athletes' throws, and you can see that in the results. When the athlete nails it and gets everything bang on, we see in these throws of 44 plus meters for the likes of Sophia Horsfall Sam. That one there, we go back and it's 38.72, so a bit down on where she would expect to be at given what she produced in round number 2. As Lumen Myers now lines up for her 5th attempt. 40.54 for Lumen Myers, currently in 3rd place, and she threw that in the 3rd round. See Sienna Allen Chaplin there getting ready for her attempt. 4.87, her best in round number 4 so far. So Sienna, one of our F36 athletes competing today, 4.87 in round number 4 for her. So big improvements throughout the competition as she's gone on there. 4.41 in round number 3, and she opened up with that 4.31. So 4.24 there in round number 5 for Sienna Allen Chaplin. So still sitting in the top spot with that 4.87 throw in round number 4. Will she be able to improve on that in round number 6? As we head back over to that shot put competition, you can see now it is Lottie Graves taking her 6th and final throw of the competition. Lottie sat in 8th place, 12.16, a personal best, which she got in round number 2. So what can she do with that in this final round there? So Kira Oxley now makes her 5th round attempt. 13.61 in round number 4 for her. And that's going to be a no throw for Kira Oxley there, who nailed that personal best in the previous round there. And you can see she's eager to advance on that as well. She must be desperate for a medal and so close to one there. Just carried that energy just outside of the shot put ring there. So next up, Scarlett Slater Rowley. Scarlett currently sat in 5th place, 12.67, and that came in round number 2. And that looked good. That looked good from Slater Rowley there. Could have been an improvement on that 12.67 mark set in round number 2. She looked pretty happy with it as she left the area. And 13.03, it is a personal best, her first time over 13 metres. And that throw comes in round number 6, so what a way to cap off her competition. She's in 5th place currently. We'll see how those final standings play out, but 13.03 for Scarlett Slater-Rowley in round number 6. Up to that javelin competition, it is Kristen Badrock now. So Kristen currently sat in 4th place, about 2 and a bit metres adrift of a medal, adrift of that bronze medal held by Lumen Myers. So she needs something over 40.54 to make an impression on this podium here, and plenty of pace on the runway there. She's really going for this one. Now, will the flight of the javelin carry that through beyond that 40.54 mark? She's got the white flag, so we shall wait and see, but you could tell that was the last attempt for Kristen Badrock there, because she really attacked that one on the runway, really got pace built up in that one, trying to transfer that energy through, and it's an improvement. It's a personal best. It's 39.19 for Kristen Badrock. It's just not enough to get on that podium, but a fantastic effort, and you could see she really attacked that last throw. As we head over to Sophia Horsfall-Sam now, her 6th and final throw. Can she build on that 44.51? You can really see a difference in the athletes, I think, here, in the way that they're attacking the runway there. Again, Horsfall-Sam, much more aggressive on the run up there, and yes, that induces some risk with it. You know, you may just get the angle of the javelin release wrong and end up with a terrible throw, but it's, they've got nothing to lose at this stage in the competition. 41.33 for Sophia Horsfall-Sam, another 40+ metre throw for her, and she's going to be sat in that silver medal spot now. As Lumen Myers, can she make an impression on that? Can she take the silver or go even better and take the gold? Again, another solid throw there from Horsfall-Sam. I don't think it's going to have an impression on that 44.51 mark set by Horsfall-Sam, though. So as we come to the conclusion of this, our podium could be settled. And it is settled. It is going to be Mila Desborough that takes the win in this one from Sophia Horsfall-Sam from Lumen Myers in bronze. Now the question is, how far can Mila go? How far can she ping this javelin in a 6th and final attempt? She's got nothing to lose here. She's well out in front. She's got the English title. What can she do with her last throw of the day? It looks good. It looks to be another 40-metre plus throw. We'll await for confirmation on that. But that is going to wrap up our women's under-16 girls javelin competition. And it was another 40-metre plus throw from Mila Desborough there. 41.94 for her. So I'll recap the results of our under-16 girls javelin competition there. It was Mila Desborough that took the win there, 47.40 in round number 1 from City of York athlete Sophia Horsfall-Sam, 44.51. Lumen Myers takes the bronze, 40.54. Kristen Badrock came awfully close with a valiant effort in her 6th round throw, 39.19, nailing a personal best there. 5th place was Imogen Mace, 37.61, personal best for her. And Francesca Kite in 6th, 36.77. 7th place, Clara Novak-Whiteman, 35.19. Amelia Davies in 8th, 34.70. Phoebe Ball in 9th, 32.38. And Jennifer Mardell in 10th place, 31.72. So some real quality throws there. And interesting to see the amount of PBs that came from that competition today. So we can see the quality of the competition bringing out that in the throws from the athletes competing today. So that does conclude our under-16 girls javelin competition, and in the meantime we'll focus our attention over to the shot put. So one of our next field events that will be kicking off very shortly will be our under-18 girls high jump final. That'll be going off at 2 o'clock. And we'll also have our under-16 girls pole vault final off at 2 o'clock as well. Then as we progress through the afternoon, we've got the under-18 boys triple jump competition. And then we will be moving through, as we get through the afternoon, into our under-16 girls hammer throw final. That will be going off at around 5 to 3, so about an hour's time. So like I said, this, our schedule today is action packed. There's plenty more field events to come through, and we'll be going through right through with this broadcast until 6 o'clock tonight. So yeah, plenty of action still to come at our England under 18s and Paara champs today.
I reckon.
So it looks to be a slight break in our programme because our shot put competition appears to have pretty much concluded from what I can gather. I've got one question mark about maybe 2 athletes that may be due to throw, but it doesn't look as though there's many athletes still there in that area. So whether they've declined their throw or they're just waiting for something to decide whether they are going to throw or not, I'm not 100% sure. But it does look like Amelia Odessa has won this one, 16.83 in round number 2 for her. Second place, Monica Malagala, 14.60, personal best for her. Through that in the 6th and final round of this shot put competition. So again, a good competition for her today, moving her personal best on. 14.51 in the second round, and then to nail that 14.60 in the last and final round. That's some real positive moves from Monica Malagala there. Grace Hawker did hang on to the bronze medal, 13.72 for her. In 4th place, we had Kira Oxley, 13.61 with a personal best. Scarlett Slater Rowley in 5th place, 13.03, personal best. Ebony Roach, 6th place, 12.44. Guess what? Personal best. Matilda Hewitt, 12.35. In 7th, Lottie Graves in 8th place, 12.16. Another personal best in there. Elizabeth Basira in 9th place, 12.01. And Ruby Slater Rowley with 11.60 in 10th place there.
This is tester mic 1, check. 1 2 1 2. Mic 1, mic 1. 1 2 1 2. Mic 1, mic 1. 1 2. Cool, on the way. Mic 2, mic 2. 1 2 1 2. Check. Mic 2, mic 2. 1 2 1 2. Check. Mic 2, mic 2, 1 2, check, 1 2 1 2.
leader, 600 metres gone, 1:30. So I think that's fate now taking its on. So Jessica Fake.
Yeah, I don't
Decent
mind.
move here. And then coming through again on the inside, Annie Rochester of Watford. And Zoe Watson.
Let's have a look what I'm on. I've got a spare power brick anyway, so
Zoe Roberts, beg your pardon, those are the first three.
yeah, I'm on 20%. I think it's down to 20.
Well, number 16 boys at 200 metre heats up next. The first two from each heat and two time-based qualifiers will progress. This is heat 1 and we'll go to the athletes when it's underway. Well, the first heat of under 16 boys at 800 metres. Lucas Saylor, Emil Friedrich, Mac Lightfoot, Roland C, Isaac Sands, George House, Zane Fargin, your athletes. Emil Friedrich and Guernsey going nicely. I think it's the man from Rule in there as well. That's Mac Lightfoot. But it is Emil Friedrich, the man from Guernsey, whose best stands are 1:55.24. He's leading the field round that top bend and down towards the home straight for the first time. He is the fastest on paper in the 800 metre competition, the Hampshire champion. Took silver in the Schools Championship last year over the 300 metres too. He leads the field down towards the bell. Leeds City moving up, that's Zane Fargin. He's up into third position. So sweeping round in his George House of Exeter. They go through in 16.87 seconds. Friedrich still down on the front and leading the round. Similar Worcester tucked in on the inside. He's into fourth position now. Leeds City move past him with Zane Fargin. But Emil Friedrich of Guernsey just extending away down the back straight. Friedrich and House clear the field. That gap is growing as they approach the 200 metres to go marker. With 150 metres to go, the gap between our leading two and the rest of the field is out to up next, and we'll go through the lineup when it's underway again. So Lagos in 2, George Stokton, Sebastian Smith, Luke Smith, Adam Patchett, Casper Pearson, Finley Winship, Dylan Davidson Daniel and Michael Emmanuel were athletes. Sebastian Smith of Hercules Wimbledon, the athlete locked on the front in the orange with the red band across his chest. So Smith has a best of 2:02.91. There's Luke Smith moving round Sebastian Smith, so the two Smiths on the front. It's now Luke of Stoke who leads the field through about 63 seconds at the bell. Now Luke Smith takes them through 200 metres to go. There's two athletes clear on the front. Adam Patchett and Rushcliffe managed to move around Luke Smith of Stoke. But those two can look around, they can slow up, and they will take their places to advance from Heat 2 of the under 16 board 800 metres to around 29 the winning time. Adam Patchett takes the heat.
Number 16 girls 800 metres next.
So, guys, if you are just joining us live now, we are back underway at the England under-18 age group champs. And we are lining up now with our triple jump in the under-18 men's section. So I'll give you a quick run through of some of the athletes we've got competing today. We've got Joshua Chunyi in there, Ben Cunningham, Abraham Lanahan, Archie Herbert, Joshua Kabulo, Zachary Richings, Jomilio Oju Hughes, Brian Ikechukwu-Chim. So we are live from Bedford Athletic Stadium, a rather blustery Bedford Athletic Stadium by the looks of things. So for you guys at home, getting a bit better weather than some of the athletes competing today. But yes, this under-18 men's triple jump does prove to be quite an intriguing competition, certainly today, with some of the athletes that we have got competing in this one. And we'll bring you a bit more information about them as we move through this competition. But a few of the standouts for me in this one: Joshua Chunyi, the Harrow AC athlete, UK number 10, currently ranked in that under-18s category. So 15-14 jump for him, which was wind assisted. But yes, still ranked in the top 10 in the UK. Ben Cunningham also, Gateshead Harrier, ranked number 7 in there. Northern champion, Northeast champion as well. We've also got Abraham Lanahan in there, Shettleston Harrier, and he's currently ranked number 11 in the UK as well. So his brother also, Joseph Lanahan, you might recognize his name. He's been competing on the scene today as well. So yeah, Abraham Lanahan, the Shettleston Harrier, under 18, ranked 11 in the UK at the moment, and Zachary Richings, as I mentioned, Pool AC. He's currently 4th in the triple jump this season. Very competent heptathlete as well. Apologies for that slight break there, guys. We are back. We are live from Bedford Stadium for the England Age Groups Athletics Champs. And we are back with this under-18 men's triple jump. And like I mentioned before, some big names in this one, some ones to watch out for, and it's going to be definitely going to be a hotly contested triple jump competition. Just looking at some of the names we've got in there and having a flick over to our rankings, there's a few of these athletes that are within the top 10 in the UK at the moment. So really bringing out the best athletes, this England age group champs today. Brian Ikechukwu Chime is the one that stands out to me on paper, currently ranked number 4 in the UK with a jump of 15.03 set in June, so currently in form. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how he goes today. And yeah, we'll bring you some live updates of this competition. So currently we have a few athletes that have got their first round jumps on the board, and it's Abraham Lanahan that leads this one with 14.45. So that looked to be Joshua Kabulo there, the Basildon AC athlete, best of 13.85 this season. So we'll see how he fares with that one there. But just recapping the competition so far, it is Brian Ikechukwu Chan there in second place, 14.29, followed by Ben Cunningham in third, 14.17, and Archie Herbert, 13.55. And as I say, that Archie Herbert's been pushed down into fifth place because Joshua Kabulo jumped 13.88. So we should have Zachary Richings up next. So Zachary, currently another athlete within the top 10 in the UK this season, 14.63, currently ranked number 8 in the UK. So let's see what Zachary can do from this one. A nice solid opening jump there for Zachary. Good pace on the runway. Nice contact with the board there. He gets the white flag, which was the main thing. And the hop step phase, the balance seemed to maintain throughout. He didn't seem to be wavering across the runway, across the pit or anything like that. So it looked like it was a solid opening jump there for Richings. Like I said, you know, ranked in the top 10 in the UK. Certainly will want to be making the podium in this one, making an impression on this field. Quite a small field, to be honest, given the amount of jam-packed quality we've got in it. It is quite a small field. We've only got looks like we've got 7 or 8 athletes lining up in this one. Well, 7 athletes lining up in this one. Hughes is a DNS, so he hasn't registered to compete today. But as I said that, Richings, I said he opened with a solid jump. He absolutely did. 14.38 on the board to open the competition. So Lanahan still holding on that top spot in first place, from Ikechukwu Chime in third place. So this looks like it is Joshua Chunyi lining up, the Harrow AC under-18 athletes. Personal best of 15.14 set this season. Great speed on the runway from Chunyi here. Hits the board nicely. Reasonable steps there. He gets the white flag. So Chunyi carrying some real pace down the runway there, definitely. Harrow AC athlete really approached the board quite aggressively there. And the hop and skip face seemed fairly reasonable. So we'll see where this one lands for him. He'll be pleased to get one on the board and had that first round foul. Or no jump. So, Ikechukwu Chime up next, 14.29. Third place currently. Up with that 14.29 jump. the Dartford Harrier. Currently ranked number 4 in the UK. The 15.03 jump. What can he do with his second round attempt here? A reasonable speed on the runway there, but he seemed to be well off the board. His foot was well in front of the board on takeoff there, and you could see that sort of shortened his other phases. So not an ideal jump there for Brian Ekachukwu-Chime there. He'll be expecting much more from himself in this competition. So I won't envisage that one was going to touch the 14.29 that he set in the first round there. So next up, it is Ben Cunningham. Ben Cunningham, another northeasterner from Gateshead Harrier, travelling down to Bedford today to compete in this one. So Ben registered 14.17 in that first round there. So solid one on the board for him. Currently ranked number 7 in the UK, 14.67 personal best for him, set back in May. Regular on the northeast scene, picking up victories in county championships, picking up medals in northern champs. So Ben Cunningham on the runway now, ready to tee up his second round jump in this men's triple jump competition. As I mentioned, currently sat in 4th place. Leader of the competition, Abraham Lanahan, 14.45 opening jump for Lanahan. So he's got things off to a great start in this triple jump. We can see the Gateshead Harrier now lining up at the top of the runway, ready to make his second round jump. Good long stride phase there, building up reasonable pace on the board there. That's a nice jump, that. That is a really nice jump from Cunningham there. And I think the crowd acknowledged that was a good jump. He started off, he teed that jump up really well, because his runway phase, that's the thing that sets up the full jump here. And his runway phase was really controlled and powerful, and he hit the board with good momentum going forward. Then it was a case of just traveling that momentum through the phases, trying to keep balanced, trying to keep compact, and trying to just deliver and land in the pit in a controlled manner. And he's absolutely done that there, because he's jumped 14 meters and 90 centimeters. It's took Cunningham into the top spot, currently sat in the gold medal position. It's early doors in this competition, but it was promising to see, and you can spot when there's a good jump just by the degree of control with it. As we see Lanahan now, how can Lanahan respond to this? He's been pushed down into 3rd place. A little bit flat in a couple of them phases there, but again, still look like another solid jump from Lanahan there. Can he improve on that 14.45? So Joshua Chunyi, his second round jumpers came through as well. So we've got Cunningham leading the way here, 14 meters 90. We've got Joshua Chunyi in 2nd place, 14.68. Lanahan has just jumped. We will await his result. But we've got Archie Herbert lining up now. So Archie Herbert currently in 7th place, 13.55 opening jump. So what can Archie do in this one here? Archie competing again, another man from the northeast, Darlington Harriers and AC. Northeast populating this competition down in Bedford today very well. So what can Archie Herbert do here? The under 17, first year under 18. But go back to Lanahan's last jump there. That was 14.37, so no improvement on that 14.40 mark, 45 mark set by Lanahan. So it is Cunningham sat at the top spot, 14 meters, 19 centimeters. As we see Archie Herbert now, just going through those last second routines there. Plenty of pace there, hop, step, and jump face. Again, nice solid jump there. You can see the athletes when they start off with this triple jump, they don't hit it flat out like a sprint like you would imagine. They like to build into it. And if you notice, a lot of these triple jumpers, they start with the long strides to build momentum because they can't just whack this like a sprint. They need to time this right, and them long strides to build that momentum sets up that next phase of the runway where they can then start to build the speed, and then they can tee off the board from there as well. So that was an encouraging jump from Archie Herbert there. I would like to think that was, around about that 13.50, 13.40 mark that he jumped previously. So we'll wait for Archie Herbert's result to filter through. And it was 13.36 for Archie Herbert there, so not quite the 13.55 mark that he hit previously. Now, Joshua Cabulo, currently sat in 6th place, 13.88 to start things off. So what can the Basildon AC athlete do here? Cabulo going through those last-minute drills, teeing everything up. Very energetic in the build-up to this one is Cabulo, just imagining that run, imagining how this is going to play out. And there's the long strides. Now the build of the speed, hits the board, step, hop, jump. Nice. That looked like a really, really solid jump there from Cabulo. So 13.88 in the first round. Let's see if he can build on that. So Cabulo with an improvement on his first round jump, 14 meters and 12 centimeters there. So it is Zachary Richings up next, currently in 4th place, 14.38 for Zachary. Currently ranked number 8 in the UK. Zachary as he approaches down this runway. 2 good phases there. Seemed to lean back a little bit in the pit there, and it looked to be the shoulder that's where the mark's going to be taken from, so may have lost a few centimeters on that jump there. So Richings, no improvement there. 14.19 for Richings with his second round jump. So, what can Chunyi do now? What can the Harrow AC athlete do now? 15 meters and 14 centimeters personal best. Round 1, foul. Round 2, 14.68. Currently sat in 2nd place and awaiting patiently on the runway, ready to get his 3rd attempt underway. Top spot currently held by Ben Cunningham. The Gateshead Harrier with that jump of 14 meters and 90 centimeters in round number 2. Officials will probably wait until this race is underway. We can hear in the background, and Joshua Chunyi will be free to jump. And here we go. So Chunyi, 14.68 in round number 2. What can the Harrow AC athlete do here? Here we go. This is what we love to see in the sport. Bit of crowd engagement. And I hope they're giving him some back as well, because the athletes, they really feed off this kind of stuff. Bit of momentum, bit of engagement with the crowd. So Joshua Chunyi lining up, jump number 3 of his series. There's the big strides. Now the builder's pace. Nice high knees there. Hits the ball well. 2 good phases. 3 good phases there. First 2 phases, the step, the hop and the step looked really, really clean there. The jump phase looked fairly clean as well. So, Joshua Chunyi, what have you delivered there? Can he advance on that 14.90 mark? It didn't feel as though it was as long as Cunningham's. However, we could be wrong. We will await for the official result to come through. Now, it was an improvement for Chunyi, and he did deliver 14 metres and 76 centimetres. So he remains in second place, but he closed the gap on Cunningham. If anything, it's just, confidence building for Chunyi. As we see Akachukwu Chime line up for his third jump in this, currently sat down in fifth place. We would be expecting him to be on the podium, certainly involved in it. 14.29 in round one, a no jump in two. What can he do with this? Oh! Now, I hope he's all right, because that looked like an awkward fall there. And again, he just didn't quite set it up right and hit the board in the right manner. And that has just completely thrown his full jump off. Now, I hope Akachukwu Chime is fine there, but it looked an awkward landing into that second phase. From taking off from the board into the hop phase, the cycle through to bring that lead leg back through to take off into the step phase, he just looked to over-rotate and almost landed 90 degrees from where his body should be. So fingers crossed he's okay and able to continue in this competition. But he seems to be having some real problems with lining up on the board and hitting the board in the right position there. So yeah, fingers crossed that he's all good and he can continue and we can see improvements from him. But yeah, an awkward landing there from Akachukwu Chime. Again, a lot of these field events, I don't feel as though as fans of the sport, spectators of the sport, sometimes we can really appreciate the technical layers that go into it. And we look at the throw and the jump events and, the technical ability of these athletes is phenomenal. As we see Cunningham down the runway again, can he advance on that 14.90? Again, that looked like another good jump there. Cunningham just looks to be hitting this one with a lot of speed. He looks to be building a lot of speed down the runway, which is transferring through into that, that hop phase, into the step phase, and into that final jump phase. And he seems to be carrying that energy right the way through and managing it well. And that's the key thing. He's able to manage it when he's jumping. So Ben Cunningham, 14.90 into the second round there. Interested to see whether he's extended that lead or not. He hasn't quite, but another solid one there, 14.63. Abraham Lanahan, our early leader in the competition, with that opening round jump of 14.45. The Shettleston Harrier. He's lining up for his third round attempt. Currently sat in third place. 14.45, 14.37 on the board in the second round. He needs to be pushing out, jumping out to beyond that 14.76 mark to make an impression on that silver medal spot, or beyond that 14.90 mark to be looking to get in the lead position in this one, which is currently held by the Gateshead Harrier, Ben Cunningham. So Ben Cunningham's jump actually of 14.90 is a new personal best for him. And that will certainly boost him up the UK rankings. That'll move him up to number 6 in the UK rankings. Just to give a bit of context to the leaderboard and where things are sitting with jumps and distances achieved previously. If you cast your mind back to Brian Akachukwu Chime, the athlete who just didn't quite nail it on the board a couple of times and had that nasty landing in the first phase or second phase of his triple jump there. He's currently ranked number 4 in the UK, personal best of 15.03, so he's gone beyond that 15-meter mark. So the capability to go far is certainly there. As also we've got Zachary Richings in there as well, who we've mentioned. He was ranked in the top 10 in the UK this season already. And he's jumped out to 14.38 today. So again, the quality in this field, it's really there. As we see, athlete 898 there. That is Abraham Lanahan. That is the Shettleston Harrier, the early leader in this competition. We'll see if he's made any improvements on that 14:45 mark, and whether he can impact that podium. Held currently by him, Joshua Chunyi and Ben Cunningham. Archie Herbert up next. Darlington Harriers, an AC athlete. 13:55 in round number 1. Hard to really gauge just based on the camera angle there, but the body language from Archie doesn't suggest like he was particularly ecstatic about that jump there. The shoulders a little bit slumped, the head down slightly. So Archie's just got to take himself away, dust himself off, refocus, rebuild. He's still got plenty of jumps left in this. They're only halfway through the competition now. I mean, I'm saying that his body language looked off. Maybe that's just the way Archie carries himself, because he's jumped 13:65 there. It's an improvement, a 10-centimeter improvement. And he's still in 7th place there, as we see Joshua Kabulo sat in 6th place currently with a jump of 14:12 for the Basildon AC athlete. Now watch Kabulo. It's very energetic in this build-up phase here. Just imagining every phase of this triple jump, imagining the run-up, hitting the board, the hop phase, the step phase, the jump phase, landing in the pit, just teeing everything up in his mind. Here we go, Joshua Kabulo, down the runway, looks to have got the white flag, slight drift to the left-hand side of the pit. We'll see how that one fares in his series. Like I said, 14:12 so far. And that's 14:01 for Joshua Kabulo. So, Zachary Richings, 14:38 in round number 1. Can Richings build on that? His 3rd round jump here for the Poole Athletic Club representative. Currently ranked number 8 in the UK with a best of 14:63. What can Richings produce here? 14:38 in round number 1. So just waiting for this result to come through for Zachary Richings there. Like I said, 14:38 in round number 1. Currently sat in 4th place, so just 7 centimeters behind Lanahan. Holds that bronze medal spot. With Joshua Chunyi in 2nd place, and Ben Cunningham, the Gateshead Harrier, sitting on the top spot with that jump, that big 2nd round jump of 14 meters and 90 centimeters. If you are just joining us live now, we are progressing nicely through this men's under 18 men's triple jump final.
Are warming up and we are almost set.
still in this height, so I've been yet.
So, Joshua Chunyi. Harrow AC man. Currently in second place with that third round jump of 14.76. Now, will he get the crowd involved again? He did last time. He might have opted not to do it this time. So here we go. Chunyi just running through them last mental drills, picturing every single step of the way, and he's away. Building speed nicely down the runway. Hits the board well. 2 good phases. Final phase, transition from that step to jump phase. Looked slightly off balance there for Chunyi. I don't think that's going to be an improvement on that 14.76. We'll await the official results. Still haven't got the result through for Zachary Richings, actually. His third round jump. I don't know whether he got... It's not coming up as though he got a red flag for that one. So we'll bring you that as soon as we can. But yes, Joshua Chunyi there. I'd be surprised if that went beyond the 14.76 mark that he set in round number 3. So Lanahan, the early competition leader. Biggest jump of the day coming in round number 1. What can he do? Can he wrestle a top spot off Cunningham? Well, he gets the white flag, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take the top spot off Cunningham there. Now, it does look to me like Ekachukwu Chime would be due to jump. Now, I wonder whether he's withdrawn. Well, he hasn't, because he's there. I thought he was due to jump. I just couldn't see him because of the race officials. The field officials in the background there. So, Ryan Ekachukwu Chime, he's brought plenty of drama to this show so far today. Now, can he nail a solid one on the board? 2 no jumps, and the last one, it looked a nasty landing. How much has that taken out of him? Not physically, but more psychologically. He needs to nail the board. That's where it's going wrong for Ekachukwu. He's just not getting the mark on the board right. If he gets this right, he's very confident of soaring beyond 15 meters. Better on the board, hits the board. And a slightly better series there that he's put together. I believe he'll get the right flag. It looked like it deserved the right flag. But did it look beyond the 14.90 mark of Ben Cunningham? It didn't. Did it look beyond the mark of Abraham Lanahan of 14.45 or Joshua Chunyi? To me, it didn't quite look to have that distance there. And if you notice where he landed, just drifted slightly to the left-hand side of the pit. Again, just a slight sign that it was off balance. However, what I will say is that he's registered a jump on the board after that terrible phase before where he landed awkwardly. And looking back, you know, although he landed to the left of the pit, actually, if you think about the momentum that Ekachukwu Chime took through that from the runway, it was building to be a really nice jump. So I'm intrigued to see where that would have landed there. Has he managed to wrestle a top spot off Ben Cunningham? I'm not entirely sure. We'll see when this comes through. Like I said, I wouldn't have thought so just based on where he landed in the pit. But it's really hard to call from our camera angle. And the jump is through. He's registered one. It's there. 14 meters and 18 centimeters. So Ekachukwu Chime, he gets one on the board. That's the important thing. It's almost like he can put them 2 previous jumps where he didn't quite hit the board right behind him now and start building on that. But it's Ben Cunningham at the top of the runway. A long-time leader, the Gateshead Harrier, 14 meters 90. Looking really energetic, really enthused about this one. He's going to hit this one hard here and going to try and build on this lead. He gets brilliant speed on the runway. Ben Cunningham hits the board well, through the phases nicely, and just overcooked it slightly there for the Gateshead Harrier. Just slightly overcooked it. A little bit of over rotation. Hips probably over the knees. Just leaning forward a touch too much. And that's what's caused that almost that lean forward and that run almost into the pit there. So Ben Cunningham, 14 meters 90. He's still sitting on the top spot though. The Gateshead Harrier is still there. 14 meters 90 in round number 2. He is the long-time leader of this competition. Chased hard by Joshua Chunyi in second place, 14.76 in the third round for him. Abraham Lanahan still hanging on to that bronze medal, 14.45 for him. Fourth place, Zachary Richings, 14.38. Brian Ikechukwu Chime, 14.29 in fifth. Joshua Kabulo, 14.12 in sixth place. And Archie Herbert in seventh, 13.65. And it is Archie Herbert on the runway now, the Darlington Harriers athlete. Now, what can Archie put together here? Does he get the white flag? It looked to be better for Archie. It did. It really did look to be better. It looked to be certainly around that 13.65 mark, I would have thought. Again, another athlete carries, quite good pace down the runway into this. And, tees up the jump nicely, that. So, it'd be great to see an improvement for Archie Herbert on that one there. And it is an improvement for Archie Herbert. 13.67. He improves by 2 centimeters. So another positive jump in the right direction for Archie. Joshua Kabulo now. Well, what can the Basildon AC athlete muster here? Kabulo sat in 6th place with 14.12 from round number 2. What can Kabulo do here? That looked good from Kabulo. That did look good. Looked as though he carried the momentum off the runway, through the phases nicely. Not too much imbalance across the phases either. Landed nice and clean into the pit. So a solid jump from Joshua Kabulo there. Is it going to be longer than that 14.12? He jumped earlier in the competition in round number 2. And will it make an impression on the leaderboard? Zachary Richings lining up for his 4th round attempt in this triple jump. Agonizingly close to the medals, sat in 4th place, 7 centimeters off Lanahan in the bronze medal position. So the result for Kabulo, 13.98. For his 4th round attempt. So Richings now down the runway. What can he do? 4th place, just outside the medals.
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
And it is an improvement for Zachary Richings, and it's agonizingly close to a medal. Lanahan in 3rd place, 14.45. Zachary Richings jumps 14.44. He's 1 centimeter away from the podium. Can he build on that? Can he get himself amongst these medals? as we go down to the athletes in the silver medal position at the moment, Joshua Chunyi. And I tell you what, guys, the wind looks to be absolutely whipping around that stadium at the moment. This must be a nightmare for some of these athletes, jumping, throwing, running today. Now worse than a windy Bedford Stadium. And that will really it really will impact the performances today, because especially in the jumps where we talk about everything's got to be sort of inch perfect, centimeter perfect, hitting the board, working off marks that you know are accurate for you. If you've got the wind just disrupting your run, disrupting your build up to a jump, that's going to impact on the full phase. It's going to impact on the full series of events. So it's really an adjustment period for these athletes. Can they cope with that? How do they adjust? And that's maybe why we're seeing these jumps, no one pushing out beyond that 15-meter mark. But here we go. Chunyi working the crowd, trying to get the engagement up, trying to feed off the crowd. Joshua Chunyi, round 5, 14.76, nailed in round number 3. Can he soar beyond that? Can he close the gap on Cunningham? Can he topple Cunningham off the top spot? Down the runway we go. Lovely form down the runway. Probably a bit off the board there. And the landing phase wasn't there, and he knows it. He knows it. Again, go back to this. At the board, it wasn't quite right. Didn't quite nail the board, and it just teased the board where the jump starts to be up from. Obviously, the runway is where the jump really starts to be up from. But the board is what starts the jumping phase of things. And if that's not right, everything isn't then going to be right. It's a chain reaction of things. 13.87 for Chunyi there. Disappointed Chunyi, and I can see why, because he's got his eyes on gold. And he's running out of time. He's running out of jumps. He's got one more jump after this, and he needs to soar beyond that 14.90 mark. So Lanahan now on the runway. Lanahan makes his way down, currently in that third place spot. 14.45 in round 1 for Lanahan, and he's clung on to that bronze medal spot ever since then. And he's sailing very close to the win, because Richings has been stalking him throughout this competition and is within 1 centimetre of that bronze medal, within 1 centimetre of that podium. So Richings, again, he with 2 jumps to go, he's going to be eyeing that one up. And Lanahan, again, doesn't advance any further. 14.38 for Lanahan there. So this is an opportunity, when it comes round to Richings' go, really to put the squeeze on Lanahan a bit more. I think that's Joshua Cabulo, who we'll be seeing next. The Basildon AC athlete, it is Cabulo. And you can see a few of these athletes have been adjusting their runway marks, and I do wonder whether that's because the wind is playing such a factor in this, and they're not being able to hit the board where they normally would, based on their stride pattern, based on their flow through. Especially if that wind's swirling and changing all the time, that's going to make things really, really tough for these athletes here. So Joshua Cabulo, Basildon AC athlete, wearing number 900, currently in 6th place with a jump of 14.12 in round number 2. Can he improve on that? Does he get the white flag? Does he get the white flag? That's the question. He gets the white flag. Look to be leaving the pit there. Maybe with a slight little limp there. Maybe landed a little bit awkwardly. Very taxing event on the body, this triple jump. Especially on the knees and hips, going through them phases. Lots of plyometric work for these athletes. Trying to improve that rebound, that laxity in the muscles. Tough thing to try and imagine. These athletes, they need to stay relaxed through this jump, through the jump phases. But in the same breath, while staying relaxed, they want to have maximum elasticity and maximum tension in their muscles and joints and tendons to try and propel them further through these phases so they can really drive through them. So again, going back to the technical side of things, such a tough event to crack. Okabulo, there it was, 13.59 in his 5th round attempt. Here we go. Ekachukwu Chime. What can he do? Can he deliver? 5th round jump for Ekachukwu Chime. Down the runway he goes. And again. Is it the wind? Is it the conditions? Is it just an off day? Because he just isn't quite nailing that, the approach. He isn't quite nailing his foot plant on the board. And that, unfortunately, is really impacting the Ekachukwu Chime series today. As he stays slumped in the pit there. And I wonder whether he has hurt himself this time. So Ekachukwu Chime does look to be receiving some help from the officials around the triple jump pit there. One can only assume that he is slightly injured following that 5th round attempt there. And we can see there is going to be some medical support now. He landed funny on that leg earlier on in the competition, and I wonder whether he's aggravated something, and then just as we progress through this and the strains become ever more prominent on the body, that it's just eventually taking its toll on him, and yeah, could be slightly injured at this stage of the competition. So I don't think we'll see Ekachukwu Chime jump again today, which is a shame for an athlete ranked within the top 10 in the UK not to be able to make an impression on this podium. But still plenty of quality in this competition. So you can see in the left-hand corner of the screen, our under-16 girls hammer throw competition is just kicked off. And if anyone was watching the javelin earlier, you'll recognise the athlete in the cage at the moment. That is Sophia Horsfall-Sam, the City of York AC athlete, who finished 2nd in the javelin earlier on today. She's got a personal best of 43.78 in the hammer. So we're bringing you plenty of coverage of that. I'll give you a run through of our start list that we've got lining up today in this under 16 hammer competition. So we can see we've got the likes of Laura Howard in this one, Sophie Powers, Shauna Mitchell, Sophia Horsfall-Sam, Charlotte Humphreys, Piper Kelly, Sorrel Lockhart, Lottie Harding, Adeline Partridge, Adana Anna, Aspen Stobart, and Cassidy Crow in this one. And that completes the lineup in our under 16 girls hammer competition that has just kicked off. Back to the men's triple jump. There's really getting towards the end of things now. Archie Herbert takes his 5th round jump. Now Archie improved his jump in the last 2 rounds. to 13.67 in that fourth round. So fifth round attempt now for Archie Herbert. I wonder whether that's a red flag on the board. Yep. Again, you could just see he was slightly over the board there. And you do wonder whether the swirling nature of the wind that's in the stadium is just throwing him off on the run up to that one there. So in the triple jump area, you can tell I've done a day of field events. It is Zachary Richings. Can he get into that podium position now? He's 1 centimetre off. Does he get the white flag? That's the question. Because if he does, that looked reasonable. He gets the white flag. Now can he improve? 14.44 in round number 4. 1 centimetre off that bronze medal position. Can Zachary Richings make an impression on the podium here? Can he topple Lanahan out of that bronze medal position? We wait for this result to filter through now. Not with that attempt. 14.35. So it's all going to come down to the last attempt for Zachary Richings. As we see the Harrow AC man, Joshua Chunyi, 14.76 for the day's work. This is his 6th and final jump. Now, can Chunyi improve on that 14.76? Can he challenge Cunningham? You'd think, looking at the way that this competition's shaped up so far, if Chunyi doesn't go beyond that 14.90 mark, then it's hard to see where the challenge for Ben Cunningham's going to come now with the rest of this field. With the loss of Ikechukwu Chime, it's hard to see anyone jumping beyond that 14.90 mark unless Chunyi can pull something out the bag here. So Chunyi now waiting at the top of that runway patiently. But inside he'll be itching to get this one underway. He'll really want to nail this jump here. He has to do it. If he wants that gold medal, if Joshua Chunyi wants to walk away as England champion today, he's got to pull something out the bag. He's got to find centimetres here. He's got to find over 15 centimetres to take this one. 14.90 is the mark set by the Gateshead Harrier Ben Cunningham in round number 2. Joshua Chunyi followed up with 14.76 in round number 3. That was the response to that 14.90 jump that he watched. Can he find the centimetres? Can Chunyi find the distance here to topple Ben Cunningham, a long-time leader of this competition, off the top spot? Can he nab the gold medal for under Cunningham's nose with his 6th and final jump? Chunyi now has got the nod. This is it for Joshua Chunyi, the Harrow AC athlete. What can he do? Here we go. The shout to the crowd, the clap of the hands, the engagement with the crowd, drawing the energy off them. Can he control it though? Can he harness that energy? Maybe wants to get that bit right, starting at the right point. So here we go. Joshua Chunyi, 14.76 in round number 3. Makes his way down the runway. Aggressive down the runway. He looks okay on the board. He looks good through his phases. Is it enough? There's a cheer from the crowd there. They think he's done enough. Has he got over to that 14.90 mark? Has he gone beyond Ben Cunningham, the Gateshead Harrier? These are the questions we're waiting for the answers for. Joshua Chunyi, he collapses down to the ground. What has he delivered in that final round? Is it enough to take the top spot? We wait with bated breath. 14.70 is coming up on the computer. It's not enough to take the top spot away from Ben Cunningham. It was a valiant effort in round number 6 for Joshua Chunyi, but just not quite enough. So Lanahan now, 14:45 in round number 1. Early leader of the competition until Ben Cunningham soared out to 14:90. Now what can the Scottish athlete do? What can Lanahan do here? Does he get the white flag? He doesn't look particularly excited by that jump, and the crowd didn't respond in a wave that seemed as though there was an air of excitement around it. Cast your minds back to Chunyi's jump. There was a few cheers from the crowd there. They acknowledged that one. They acknowledged it was close, but it wasn't close enough. There's a red flag, Sean. So was the red flag for man? I believe it was, and it's flashed up as a no jump for Lanahan. So it looks like it will be Joshua Kabulo next. See in the bottom left hand corner of our screen is Cassidy Crow in the cage at the moment. Just didn't wind that one up quite how she wanted there, and just takes a reset. We're going through the wind phase of that hammer. That's the bit that builds momentum, and she needs to just control, carry that through. Once this triple jump competition concludes, we will head over and focus on that hammer competition that is unfolding in the bottom left-hand corner. But Joshua Kabulo, what can he do with this? Currently in 6th place, 14 meters, 12 centimeters that came from round number 2. Can Kabulo alter the position of his finish in this England champs? He gets the white flag. See there in the bottom corner there, that's Laura Howard there. That looked like a fantastic throw. Hard to quite get a gauge on the distance markers there, but it looked really clean out the cage, and that hammer sword, you always know when someone's knocked in a good throw when the camera doesn't quite manage to keep up with where exactly the hammer is in the air. So I'd be interested to see how it was there. And like I said, I'll bring you a full update of that hammer competition as it's unfolding. I think we'll just close things off with this men's triple jump competition, as we've been gripped by this one for the past 20-30 minutes now. I think we should see this one through. So Joshua Kabulo jumped 14:03 with his 6th and final attempt. And it will be Archie Herbert that takes to the runway next. And then we'll have Richings and Cunningham still to jump. Questions for me are, number 1, can Ben Cunningham go further than 14:90? Can he get beyond that 15-meter mark? And question number 2, what can Zachary Richings do? Can he steal the bronze medal from Lanahan? Can he maybe make an impression even higher up on the field with his last jump? Awfully close to Lanahan in his 4th round attempt. So what can those two do? Those are the 2 major questions in this one for me. You can see Archie Herbert there, the Darlington athlete, waiting patiently at the top of the runway. Good series of jumps here from Archie Herbert today. Consistent 13.55 in round number 1, 13.36 in round number 2, but then progressed on to 13.65, then 13.67. So consistent round that mid 13 mark. Again, just overcooked that one slightly. You can see that in the last jump with a lot of athletes, the last throws with athletes, it's all in for it. Everything they've got in for it. And, you know, if you can't control and harness that in the right direction, then it can, can play out with these no jumps there. But what an athlete meant to do? Sixth and final jump, what they're going to do? They're not going to hold back and think, well, I'm going to play it safe. Archie Herbert there is just looking for a personal best out of that. But like I said, a solid set of jumps there for Archie Herbert. It'll be interesting to see how he progresses through the rest of the season. He's consistent around that mark. Just takes a couple of things to click on the day, and he could soar out to a big personal best. So, Zachary Richings, though, 4th place, 14.44 in round number 4, 1 centimetre behind Abraham Lanahan, sat in that bronze medal spot. What can Richings do here? What can the Pool AC athlete do? What can he muster in the final round? Can he find another couple of centimetres to take him past Abraham Lanahan? Can he snatch that bronze medal at the death of this competition? Waiting patiently there at the top of that runway, Zachary Richings. He gets the nod. The officials move. The runway is clear. Richings now going through the mental build-up, trying to get some crowd involvement. Can he control this? Can he harness this energy from the crowd? Can he harness the adrenaline that's rushing through? Because he knows what he needs to do for a medal here. Can he control it and deliver? Looks good on the board. It looks reasonable. It looks reasonable. And he looks happy with this. So this is interesting. Is Richings going to do it at the death of this competition? Is he going to nudge into that bronze medal position? Has he done enough there to topple Lanahan out of that 3rd position? Or is Lanahan going to hold on for the bronze? We await for the result to filter through. Zachary Richings, what have you just done? 14.35, not enough for Richings. And again, talk about consistency. We've got a series of jumps there from Richings that are around 14.38, 14.30, 14.35, 14.35. Very consistent around that 14.30 mark. Obviously, there was the 14.44 in there. That's what pushed him up into that 4th place position. But is it going to alter the medals now? So those are your top 3 in this England Champs age groups. Ben Cunningham is going to take the win in this one. Joshua Chunyi in 2nd place. Abraham Lanahan in 3rd. Zachary Richings 4th. Brian Ikechukwu-Chime in 5th. Joshua Kabulo in 6th. Archie Herbert in 7th place. Now, what can Ben Cunningham do here? If he's taken this 6th and final jump, the questions will be whether he can go beyond 15 meters. He might not take the jump because he's done his job today. He might not want to risk any injuries. He might be happy with that 14.90 jump. It was a personal best for Cunningham. So will he just rest on that for the day and say my day of work's done? I think just looking at the triple jump area right now, I've got a sneaky suspicion that Ben Cunningham has said, I'm done, I've won this, I'm taking my gold medal, I'm heading back to the Northeast. And yes, it is coming through on our screen now. It looks like Ben Cunningham has passed on his 6th and final round jump. So Cunningham takes the win with 14 meters 90 in the under 18 boys triple jump competition in these England Champs.
semi-finals will be under 18 men, 100 metres, 2 seconds. Here's the two fastest qualifiers.
So over to this under 16 girls hammer throw competition that is really hotting up on the infield there. We can see that's Aspen Stobart there leading this one with a huge throw of 51.62. So real good wind-up phase there for Aspen Stobart and gets the red flag there. So that's a second round attempt for Aspen Stobart there. She leads the competition from Sorel Lockhart in second place, 42.75. From Piper Kelly in third place, 42.42. Lottie Harding in fourth place, 42.33. Laura Howard, 38.88. Shauna Mitchell in sixth, 38.20. Charlotte Humphreys in seventh, 37.77. Madeline Partridge in eighth, 33.59. Sophie Powers in ninth place, 30.65. Sophia Horsfall Sam in 10th place, 30.58. So we see Cassidy Crow now making her way to the circle. So Cassidy and Adana Mercy have both had no throws in their first and second round attempts. So Cassidy Crow, this is her second round attempt. And that looks to be a reasonable throw. Whether she gets the white flag from the throw adjudicator, we'll get the answer of that very shortly. But Cassidy Crow looks to have pushed something out to around about that 40-meter mark there. And Cassidy Crow has rocketed up the leaderboard there, 49.92. Cassidy Crow goes into second place with that huge throw there, not too far behind Aspen Stobart. It's the athlete wearing number 988 there. That was Laura Howard, the Cumbernauld AAC athlete. Laura Howard currently in sixth place with that throw of 38.88. Next up, Sophia Powers. Powers currently sat in 10th place, 30.65 in round number 2. What could she produce in her first third round attempt? Sophie Powers now. Wind up of the hammer, tee up the throw, and that one is into the cage there. She'll get the red flag for that one. So that's no mark. Attempt number 3 for Sophie Powers there. So a couple of names to watch out for in this one. See Shauna Mitchell should be making her way into the ring shortly. But a couple of names to watch out in this one for me. Cassidy Crowe, Kingston upon Hull athlete, currently ranked number 2 in the UK, 54.23 this season at the Northern Champs. Also got Scorbard in there, 55.14. She is our current UK lead. BB early in July in Valencia and has mainly competed out in Spain. So watch out for Aston Scorbard today. And Adana and the Crawley AC under 16 athlete, number 4 in the UK with a score of 51.52. That was at the Surrey County Champs to take the win there. So next up, second place from the javelin competition earlier, it is Sophia Horsfall Sam. That looks better for Sophia Horsfall Sam there. The round number 2 throw, 30.58. Can we see an improvement on that? We do see an improvement for Horsfall Sam, 31.68 her. As we see Charlotte Humphreys now currently sat in 8th position with a score of 37.77. She move up this leaderboard here. See these athletes wind that hammer up to start things up, then the rotations there just become an extension of them winds initially. And that looks promising. That looks promising for Humphreys there. 37.77 in round 2. Looks like she gets the white flag as well. And 35.30 for Charlotte Humphreys there. So around about that 35 to 37 metre mark again, so consistent growth for Humphreys there. As we see Piper Kelly make her way into the cage, the Worthing District carrier there. Piper currently sat in 4th place, 42.42, her opening throw. What can she do in this 3rd round? She's not a million miles away from the podium. Sorrel Lockhart in 3rd place, holding on that bronze spot with a score of 42.75. Now can Kelly close the gap on that one? He gets the red flag, not this time around. Still 3 more throws to go for Piper Kelly. And it is Sorrel Lockhart up next, Leamington Cycling and AC athlete. Sorrel through 42.75 to open this competition today. Well, what can she do here? Can she extend that podium position? Can she take it even further away from the athletes behind her? So that one unfortunately plows into the side of the cage, but I tell you what, Sorrel Lockhart had some real velocity there in that ring. The rotations, the momentum was with her. Again, it's like with a lot of these field events, we talk about sort of harnessing and controlling the energy. That's part of the battle for these athletes. You know, if they had an open field and they could just, you know, if say for instance in the hammer, just rotate away and throw in one direction, then they could absolutely ping this thing out for meters and meters and meters further than what they've thrown today, but it's about harnessing the energy and getting the trajectory out of the cage correctly. So that in itself is a great skill. So it's not as easy as it looks. It's always the case when you watch athletics and you watch athletes like this competing. They make things look easy. It always looks easy when you're good at something. So yeah, a lot of technical elements to this one. As we see Madeline Partridge make her way to the cage. That was Lottie Harding in the cage prior to that. Swindon Harrier athlete. And that was another red flag for Lottie Harding. So 2 on the spin for Lottie Harding. So Madeline Partridge. What can she do here? Madeline currently in 9th place, 33.59. Can she improve on that? So like I mentioned, topping out our UK rankings at the moment, it is Aspen Stobart from Cassidy Crow. Not much to choose between them two, less than a metre in distance. Adana Anna though, 51.52 personal best. She is very capable of being in the mix today. So far, 2 no marks. So, can Anna get herself a mark? Can she get herself in a podium position? Now, if this one is given the white flag, she's going to at least qualify a throw in this competition at this stage. And you would expect Anna to make an impression on this podium. As we see Aspen Stobart making her way to the cage. A 51.62 first round throw, followed up by an O throw. Can she get something on the board in this 3rd round? I'm waiting for an R's result to come through, Adana and R's result to come through as well. Now that looks to be good from Aspen Stobart there. If she gets the white flag, that surely looks to have extended her lead, or at least put herself around about that 50-metre mark again. Cassidy Crow takes to the cage. So none of these live results have filtered through there, so we wait with intrigue, we wait with anticipation. Cassidy Crow, UK number 2, not quite happy with that there. Not quite happy with the wind phase and then stepping into them rotations. And you know, it's important for these athletes when they move into them rotation phases to stay central in that ring and to balance and control the energy that they've got coming through. And that looks to be, again, a good throw there from Cassidy Crow. Like I said, still waiting for these results to come through. Well, we've got Adana Mercy Arna's throw, 40.88, so she's got something on the board. We've got Aspen Stobart's throw, it was 51.50, so it was right out to that 51-metre mark, like we said it would be. So what has Cassidy Crow delivered there in her 3rd round throw? Because that one looked again to be pushed out to that 50-meter mark. Be interesting to see what's going to happen this battle between Stobart and Crow today, the UK 1 and 2 in this under 16 girls hammer competition. So Cassidy Crow 51.09 in the third round attempt there. So she's closing that gap on Stobart at 51.62. Remember, that is the top spot. That is the top mark. Aspen Stobart sitting there in number 1, 51.62. Cassidy Crow in second place, 51.09. From Madeline Partridge, 43.45. From Sorrel Lockhart, 42.75. Piper Kelly, 42.42. Lottie Harding, 42.33. Adana Arna, 40.88 in seventh. Laura Howard in eighth place, 38.88. Shauna Mitchell in ninth, 38.20. Charlotte Humphreys in 10th, 37.77. Sophia Horsfall Sam, 31.68 in 11th. And Sophia Powers, 30.65 in 12th. So at the top end of things, we see Stobart with that 51.62 and Cassidy Crow there, not a million miles away, certainly bridging that gap, closing that gap now. How is that one going to play out with 3 more throws left in this competition? If you are just joining us live, we are live from Bedford Stadium. I'm Rich Morell and I'll be bringing you all the commentary on the field events this weekend in this England Age Group Champs. We will be here tomorrow, and if you're after some track content, then jump over onto our track stream as well. We've got 2 separate stream goings for this for the athletes, so that we can really focus on the athletes in each of these respective disciplines, track and field. So yes, please do jump on our streams if you're interested in a bit of track or field in this England Age Group Champs this weekend. So we can see in the top right-hand corner that it is our next triple jump competition that is getting underway. Athletes look to be having some final run-throughs of that one.
Competition for 3 rounds, still about leading, 51.62. Cassidy Crow is closing.
And that will be our under 16 girls triple jump competition. And as I say that, we can see our start list appearing there in the left hand corner of your screen. Some good names in this one. Neva Tennell, Katie Law, Stephanie Emmanuel, Mia McGovern, Serena Chalice, Hannah Posner, Alice Sykes-Hand, Abigail McElroy, Betsy Wilton, Clara Novak-Whiteman, Lily Gray, and Scarlett Ashford.
So underway, the under 18 women's 2,000 metres steeplechase. Good to see such a large field in this particular event. To Captain Oven and Kettering Town. Davis in blue one, Cruising, Team Black, Lucy Allen, Milton Keynes, Charlotte Bailey of Newbury, Meredith Cummins of Cambridge Harriers. The variety of age groups here on the 16 and 17 and under 18. Rachel Kempson, Stonebridge, Millie Pearce of Swansea, and also Isabel Worley. Tony Jacobi, Sheffield, Isla Pastor of Wales, Angeline Hall, Red Bull Eagles, and second Blue Hughes athlete, Kat Sinnott. So that's the lineup. So Stonebridge, Imogen Dempsey.
So back over to our hammer competition. Laura Howard in the 4th round. 37.22 for her. And we've just seen Piper Kelly leaving the cage there. And it will be 890 making her way to the cage. Sorry, 990 making her way to the cage. That is Sorel Lockhart. And you can hear the noise there from the cage. That is going to be a red flag for Sorel Lockhart. There's been some movement in this event. Some big changes. Madeline Partridge, 43.45 to take her up into that bronze medal position. Sorel Lockhart now down in 4th place, 42.75. Piper Kelly in 5th, Lottie Harding in 6th. There's a deluge of athletes between sort of 3rd and 7th place, all around that 40 to 43 metre mark. You could easily see that chopping and changing throughout this competition. Then in the 1st and 2nd spots, we've got Aspen Stobart and Cassidy Crow that seem to be a little bit further up the field than the other athletes competing today. And it looks to be a bit of a 2-horse race between them two. See who's going to be able to deliver that top spot. Who's going to be able to take that gold medal home between them two there. But certainly still all to play for in this competition. And Madeline Partridge there. 1st round failure, 2nd round 33.59, 3rd round 43.45. Looks like we've had a couple of athletes pass on their fourth attempt.
Just under 3 minutes 20 at 1,000 metres. So great running there. Well in the 7-minute pace. Good to see some really good movers in such an event. Of course, we've got our two athletes on broadcast already at this event, competing in Glasgow next week. There's 2 to go for Isabel Rowley. And Neil Pearce, beg your pardon, Neil Pearce, number 18. Then it's Pastor.
So there seems to be a slight delay in that hammer competition. Some of the officials there doing some work on the cage. And the triple jump competition not yet underway. But I think jumping first, it should be Navia Tenu, our Leeds City AC athlete.
Congratulations to Will to Jim for a successful win. She's been out on her own for some considerable time, approaching the final barrier, and it is.
So our triple jump competition looks to be getting underway. It just looks to be about, Lead City Harrier, first one to tee off this competition there. Right, big number 887 there. So that's Nevaeh Tenu, personal best of 10:23 set this season. Next up, Katie Elizabeth Law from Chelmsford AC. 10:56 personal best set this season as well. So some interesting athletes in this one. And important for these athletes to just get a solid, reasonable mark on the board at this early stage in the competition. It just takes the pressure off things a little bit. That was Katie Law there, currently ranked number 20 in the UK. That personal best of 10:64. So Stephanie Emmanuel up next. Leicester athlete, scoring 8:66 today. Good speed on the runway there from Stephanie Emmanuel. Very good speed on the runway. Stephanie, another athlete ranked inside that top 20 in the UK this season. Currently ranked 14th. As we see Mia McGovern make her first attempt, her first assault on this competition. The Brighton and Hove athlete, 10:68 personal best for Mia McGovern. Again, another athlete ranked inside the top 20 in the UK, joint 14th with Stephanie Emmanuel. So Mia McGovern now really attacking that runway, attacks the board well. Reasonable balance through the two phases there. So our hammer competition has ground to a halt at the moment. Like I said before, the officials seem to be doing some work on the cage. And it is Farina Chalice here, the North Somerset AC athlete, 10:86 PB. She makes her first jump, but again, gets a solid jump on the board to start with, and that looked really positive, that jump there for Serena. Good speed on the runway, good balance through her phases, and a good final jump phase as well into the pit. We will bring you an update of these results as they do start filtering through. So Hannah Posner now, Sandringham, 10:96 personal best for her. Hannah Posner down the runway. Hits the board fairly well. Does she get the white flag? Just missed that, what the official gave. It looked close on the board, but I think she probably will have got the white flag there. So I'll bring some word on them jumps so far. Stephanie Emmanuel, 11.06. Neve Tenu, 10.65. Hannah Posner, 10.40. Katie Lowe, 10.27. And Mia McGovern, 10 metres so far, as we see Alice Sykes-Hand make her first jump in this under-16 girls triple jump competition. A little bit raggy in the middle phase there from Alice Sykes-Hand. She's 10.97 jumper at her best, the D-side AAC athlete. And this is Abigail McElroy. McElroy, Chelmsford AC athlete. 11.02 this year, personal best. McElroy ranked number 6 in the UK with that 11.02 jump. Doing that back on the 28th of June. Going in form. McElroy down the runway, her first attempt. McElroy was way off the board there. She'll be frustrated with that. She'll lost a reasonable amount of distance there by not hitting the board, but she'll adjust that. And experienced, I say experienced, seasoned competitor like McElroy will adjust that. As we see Betsy Wilton, not AC, under 16 athlete, 11.09 personal best. Ranked number 3 in the UK is Betsy Wilton, actually with an 11.36 PB, which was done 2 weeks ago, 10th of July. So Betsy Wilton here, really in form. 11.36. She'll certainly be looking to make an impression on the podium today. So this is Clara Novak-Whiteman, who you might remember from the javelin competition earlier on today. Had a good series of throws in that. Brighton and Hove athlete, 11.32 personal best. And that's going to be a no jump for Clara Novak-Whiteman. Has jumped 11.74. That was wind assisted. Didn't count in terms of legal competition, but 11.32 personal best for her. Lily Gray now. Lily Gray currently ranked number 1 in the UK in the under-16 girls triple jump competition with a jump of 11.75 at the end of June. Hits the board well, hits the phases nicely, no drift to either side of the pit there, so that's a good start, a good solid start there from Lily Gray. Like I said, 11.75 at her very best. Finally, Scarlett Rose Ashford, ranked number 2 in the UK this year, 11.54, set 2 weeks ago on the 10th of July, same competition as Betsy Wilton. For the city of Sheffield and Durn AC athlete, Ashford takes the runway, great pace on there. Again, a bit far off the board, a bit back from the board in that one there. She'll look to address that, certainly. So that completes our first round of competition there. As we say Nevea, Tenu make her second round jump. So results-wise, where we at? Well, Lily Gray sits in the top spot with 11.68. Closely followed by Serena Chalice in second place, 11.24. Stephanie Emmanuel in third, 11.06. And Betsy Wilson in fourth, currently with 10.97. As we see Katie Law now, 10.27 in round one. So Katie currently in 10th place. Kayla, I mentioned, ranked just inside that top 20 in the UK. So low down now through the phases. 10.27 in the first round for Katie Law. We'll see if there's any improvement on that. We've just moved over fully to this under 16 girls triple jump competition. I know we were watching the hammer competition, but there was some issues with the cage. However, as he says that, it seems to be we are resuming that. The issues have been resolved. So we'll pick that hammer competition back up. As we see Stephanie Emmanuel, though, in the triple jump. Stephanie currently in third place with an 11.06 opening jump. And she's got a red flag there on the board. She knows straight away. You can see Stephanie shaking her head there. These athletes know instinctively how their jumps have gone from the off. They can just feel they're so used to doing this. As we head back over to the cage now. So just to refresh you guys on where we're at with this hammer competition. This under 16 girls hammer competition is Aspen Stobart, who was out in front. Fantastic throw in second place. And Piper Kelly sitting in third place with a throw of 44.96. So we can see in the cage, it is Adana Anna, someone who we think has certainly got the potential to be in the mix today, based on personal bests and based on current UK rankings. These competitions, things can change pretty quickly. 2 no throws to start with for Adana Anna and a 40.88 in round number 3. What has she produced there? Has she produced anything that can push her up that leaderboard? Looks to be Madeline Partridge in the cage at the moment. Partridge currently in 5th place with a throw of 43.45. Moved down from 4th place because Adana Anna has thrown 48 meters and 19 centimeters. Move up into that bronze medal position and start to apply that pressure to Crow and Stobart in 1st and 2nd. We had a feeling, we said, that Adana has certainly got the potential to be in that top 3. And she's delivered on that one there. So here we go, Stobart. Making her throw there, and that looks long. That looks really long. Could that extend her lead in this competition? Aspen Stobart 51.62 in round number 1. $51.50 in round number 3. 51.96 in round number 4 for Aspen Stobart. She tightens the screw on this field. Can Cassidy Crowe respond to that? 51.09 in round 3. Can she answer the questions that Stobart are asking of her today? Extending that lead again. 51.96 in the 4th round from Aspen Stobart there. And Crowe looks to respond, and it looks to be a positive response. Is it out far enough to challenge that 50-meter mark? She's been given the red flag, but we'll never know what that throw was. So in seeing our triple jump competition, it is Betsy Wilton lining up for her 2nd round attempt. Lily Gray still sat at the top spot with 11.68. Charles in 2nd, 11.24. And Abigail McElroy in 3rd place, 11.06. What can Betsy Wilton do here? Currently ranked number 3 in the UK, the jump of 11.36. So certainly capable of making an impact on the podium today.
So a mixture of one under 15, one under 16, one under 17, one under 18.
So Wilton gets the white flag. As Clara Novak-Whiteman lines up and looks to get a jump on the board. 10.97, 10.96 for Betsy Wilton, apologies. And her 2nd round jump there. So there or thereabouts, similar performance the first time round. But Clara Novak-Whiteman now, what can she do? As we look over to the hammer area, and we can see it is Lockhart. He was currently in 6th place, 42.75 for Lockhart. Followed by 3 no throws, so Lockhart will be looking to get something on the board. And that looks better from Lockhart. That does look better. If she gets the white flag, that looked to be a positive move, positive throw for Sorel Lockhart there. Like I said, currently in 6th place. Maybe the medals might be out of touching distance now after Adana Arna putting out 48.19 to sit in that 3rd spot. And it was a good throw from Sorel Lockhart there, 41.57 for her. So around that 42-meter mark, similar to what she did earlier in the competition. Lottie Harding now. Again, similar position to what Sorel Lockhart was in. A good opening throw, then 3 no throws. And again, similar to Lockhart in the distance of the throw there. So fingers crossed she gets the white flag, and that's again another throw over that 40-meter mark for Lottie Harding. And it looks like Lottie was given the red flag there, so another no throw for Lottie Harding. Madeline Partridge now makes her way to the cage. Was sitting in that 3rd spot until Adana Arna do that 48 meters, 19 centimeters. So can Partridge respond? It looks good. It looks good. But how good is it? Has she managed to squeeze another 3 meters out of her throw there? Can she make an impression on that podium? 43.21 from Madeline Partridge there. As we see Adana Anna making her way to the cage for attempt number 5. 2 no throws to start the competition. Then a 40.88 in round 3, followed by a 48.19 in 4. Really winding that one up there is Anna, and releases that one well. Aspen Stobart, our competition leader from the off. She's never been off that top spot throughout this competition. What can she do? What can she muster here in round number 5? 51.96 in round number 4. She's a 55-meter thrower at her best. Cassidy Crowe now enters the cage. 51.09. Second place for Cassidy Crowe. Can she get anywhere near Aspen Stobart? Again, hard to gauge these distances just based on this camera angle. As soon as these results are through for Adana Anna, Cassidy Crowe, and Aspen Stobart, I will update you guys on the stream. Let you know exactly where these throws stand. Over to our triple jump competition, and there has been some changes. Clara Novak-Whiteman with a jump of 11.35 moves into second place. Lily Gray still on the top spot with 11.68, as we see Mia McGovern, jump of 10 meters in round 1, 10.04 improvement in round 2 for Mia. Can she advance on that? That looked like a good jump from Mia McGovern there. Reasonable on the board, reasonable through her phases, not particularly off balance or anything like that. Landed nice and clean in the pit. For Mia McGovern, can she improve on that 10.04 that she set in the second round? Just shy of that 10-meter mark there for Mia McGovern with 9.82. So Madeline Partridge now into the cage for a final throw of this series. Currently sitting in 4th place, 45.83. She's looking for anything beyond that 48-meter mark to really try and impose things on Adana Arna. But it doesn't look as though that's going to be the case for Madeline Partridge there. So Adana Arna, 48.19 in round number 4, currently sitting in 3rd place. Can she close the gap on Cassidy Crow in 2nd with 51.09? Can she close the gap on Aspen Stobart, leading this one, as she has all competition with that 51.96 throw? Dana in the cage there. And that one looks to be a red flag. That looks to be up against the cage, and that looks to be the end of Anna's competition today. And it looks to be the bronze medal for her. Aspen Stobart now takes the cage for the final time today. 51.96 in round number 4. She's thrown this hammer 55 meters plus this season out in Valencia. Can she get anywhere near that? Another good throw from Aspen Stobart there. Looks to be another 50-meter plus throw. And for the final time today, Cassidy Crow, 51.09 in round number 3. Seem to be having a slight problem getting our live results through, so unfortunately can't quite update on where things sit in the standings for these last few throws. Cassidy Crow takes the cage for the final time today. And again, that looks to be a good throw from Cassidy Crow there. I wonder whether that one is around about that 50-meter mark. Like I said, 51.09 earlier in the competition in round number 3. Cassidy Crow looks to be very, very happy with that throw. Extremely happy with that throw. So if I can update you guys on what that throw was, it would be amazing, because she looks overjoyed with it. I wonder whether Cassidy Crow's struck the gold at the close of play there with that final throw. It did look good. We said it was looked to be around that 50-meter mark, certainly. And her target was 51.96. Aspen Stobart had thrown in round number 4. So I'll update you guys on the screen with the results of that under-16 girls hammer throw as soon as they are available. But for now, we'll focus on the under-16 girls triple jump competition that's headed up by Lily Gray. And this is Scarlett Ashford, currently in 8th place with a jump of 10.65 in round 2. Can she improve on that? Attacked the runway fairly well, but just fell short of the board there, did Ashford. Obviously, further away from the board. Going to reduce the distance on the jump there. So Scarlett Ashford will be looking to readjust her run up slightly to ensure that she is hitting that board, getting a good plant on that board. And that was a 10.44 jump. So there's plenty more in the tank there for Scarlett Ashford if she can just nail that runway. Again, I've spoke about the conditions today, but we're hearing gusts of, up to 30 miles an hour, which is going to be so challenging for the athletes. You can see the officials there having a bit of a time with the stop, don't run sign on the triple jump runway. And you can just hear it on the cameras. So, conditions today, not ideal for the athletes competing, but they will adjust. They will cater for these themselves, and they will make the most of these conditions and the jumps or throws that they're taking part in. Or if you're watching the track stream again, again, I imagine this will play havoc with the times in the sprints and in the distance races. It's going to be really hard to gauge performances today. I guess, though, it's championship running. This is the England's age group champs. What these athletes are wanting to get out of this, it's medals, it's positions on the podium, finishing in the top 5, or if I'm ranked number 10 in the UK at the moment, and I'm, competing against 6 or 7 of the other competitors in the top 10, but if I can get in the top 5, that's a good day's work for me. So there's much more to the competition than just distance and times in these events. It's about podium finishes, positions in the competition. So, yeah, although the conditions aren't with the athletes and aren't particularly conducive to quick times or long jumps, long throws, equally, it's the same for everyone across the board. So it's about positions in these competitions today. So, like I said, in this triple jump competition, Lily Gray is heading things up 11.68 from Clara Novak-Whiteman, 11.35 in round 2 for her. Abigail McElroy, 11.25 in round 3 to take that 3rd spot. Serena Chalice in 4th place, 11.24. Betsy Wilton in 5th, 11.15. Stephanie Emmanuel, 11.06 in 6th place. Nebeu Tanu, 10.65. Scarlett Ashford, 10.65 in 8th. Alice Sykes-Hand in 9th, 10.52. Katie Elizabeth Law, 10.52 in 10th. Hannah Posner in 11.10.40. And Mia McGovern, 10.04 in 12th.
He's opened up a lead of some 15 to 20 metres. They're closing in from behind though as they jostle for positions in the pack. That's Jonah Tilsley of City of Portsmouth in the red shorts. He hits the front of the chasing group and he starts the hunt for James McGrew of Southport Waterloo. Out in front and his lead is diminished already to 10 metres. All back together. Still in the brewery, Southport Waterloo athlete who's got the front of the pack with Theo Creed of Hercules Wimbledon is now locked in 2nd position. Theo Creed was 8th of the English Schools Championships. To the silver at the Million Schools and is the UK under 16 leader, 3:55.66. His best this year. It's also his lifetime best. weekend. As Chelmsford's Jamie Gilby starts to move up round the outside. They're leading forwards. Southport Waterloo and James McBurney in third position. The chasing group looking to hunt down Theo Creed, who leads by 10 metres as he heads up the back straights. Jamie Gilby still there in third position. There's 200 metres to go. He looks to try and work his way around the outside. There's 6 clear at the front now. There's 6 automatic qualifying positions. And Theo Creed
So Abigail McElroy currently in the bronze medal position with that third round jump of 11.25. Novak Whiteman in second with 11.35. What can McElroy do today? He looks to have gotten the white flag with that one. So McElroy, it looked to be a good jump. Still awaiting the result. She needs anything over 11.35 would really tee things up nicely to get into that silver medal position. And it looked like a controlled jump. It looked like a solid jump. As I say that, the result is due. It's 11.36. Abigail McElroy leapfrogs Clara Novak Whiteman. She takes second place. She's in the silver medal spot now as Betsy Wilton makes her way down the runway now. Good on the board there from Betsy. That's much better, that. Betsy Wilton with 11.15 in round number 3. I wonder whether she's been able to push out beyond that 11.20 mark there. Clara Novak Whiteman. 11.35 in round 2. Sat in that second spot up until McElroy in the 4th round produced that 11.36 jump. Can Novak Whiteman respond? Can she go further than that 11.35 she dropped in round number 2? Aggressive on the runways, Novak Whiteman. Looked to be well behind the board there as well. And it still didn't look to be a bad jump. Now I wonder if she's got the white flag. I'm sure she will do because she looked to be well behind the board there. But that looked to be a really positive jump given how far behind the board she was. To recap, Betsy Wilton in her previous jump there did soar out to 11.31. So Wilton really arriving in that competition. And as I say this, Clara Novak Whiteman, 11.50. Just jumped out to that 11.50 mark. And like I mentioned, I didn't think she was great on the board. So again, there's certainly more in the tank for Novak Whiteman. She could potentially be pushing Lily Gray here, who's sat in that top spot with that jump of 11.68 from round number 1. So he's Lily Gray. What can she do? So 11.68 in round number 1 for Lily Gray. Then 11.47 in 2. 11.62 in round number 3. Can she improve on that in round number 4? It looked a little bit flat in the last round there from Lily Gray. Just in comparison to that 11.68 jump. Just the phases looked just a little bit more laboured, slightly more flat. So don't imagine it pushing out beyond that 11.60 mark. But we'll wait for that result to come through. And it was 11.39 there for Lily Gray. So Ashford there into the pit. That's her 4th round attempt. 10.65, her best today so far. And that's 10:58 there for Scarlett Ashford. So getting round to her best mark already. Viveu Tenu, Leeds City athlete, wearing 887. Another athlete who's jumped 10:65 today in round 1. Can she improve on that? She was good on the board. Viveu Tenu, really good on the board there. So Stephanie Emmanuel, 11:06 in round number 1, holding on to that 6th spot. You got to really feel for these athletes with these gusty, windy conditions, the way that it affects their run-up, their build-up, their phases throughout the jump, triple jump. Really challenging for these young athletes to be dealing with today. But Stephanie Emmanuel, 11:06 in round number 1. For the Leicester-based athlete, what can she produce here? Good pace on the board, hits the board well. Some nice phases there as well. No shake of the head this time. She seems pretty happy with that. Looks over to family. They look pretty happy with it as well. So what's Stephanie Emmanuel registered there? Has she gone beyond that 11:06 mark? Is she able to push up that leaderboard? So Serena Chalice will jump next. 11:24 twice in this competition today. 11:24 round 1, 11:24 round 2. A couple of jumps in the 1080s. Let's see what Serena Chalice can do here. So it is Abigail McElroy next. Will make her 5th round attempt here. Currently in that bronze medal position with that 11:36 jump. And that looked good. That looked good. You can hear a little cheering there from the crowd. I wonder whether they've sensed that it was a good jump from McElroy. Was sat in that 2nd position briefly until Novak Whiteman pulled out that 11:50 effort in round number 4. As we see Betsy Wilton now, currently in 4th place. So Betsy in 4th place with that jump of 11:31. So Betsy Wilton on the runway. Hits the board well, hits the board better this time, certainly. So Betsy Wilton just shy of PB territory. Unlike Clara Novak Whiteman, that has jumped to personal best today with that 11:50 jump. We take out that wind assisted jump of 11.74.
So underway with the final of the under 18 men's 1500 metres. Willie Johnson, Captain Henson.
So Clara Novak Whiteman, her 5th attempt in this under 16 girls triple jump. Again, Clara looks happy with that one. Trots out of the pit.
Willie Johnson up to Paara, being the leader. Lincoln surveys their line lifting there.
So Lily Gray,
Lincoln Wellington.
a long-time leader in this competition,
Start on
UK number 1, 11.68 today, and that looked like a good jump there from Lily Gray. Nice and controlled through all of her phases there, not off balance, reasonable speed on the runway, hit the board fairly well. Scarlett Ashford lines up for her 5th round attempt. 10.65 in round 2. She'll be looking to build on that. Currently sat in 8th position today. Very aggressive down the runway. That's what we like to see. Good on the board as well. That looked like a really good jump there from Scarlett Ashford. So Nevea Tanu, 10.65. She opened her competition with today in the first round. Currently sat in 7th place.
30 athlete Colin Hanson. And all the medal. That will be the people on the 30, looking ready to. Starting on the 16 girls javelin competition. That's the number that's all girls in 1-2. So Will Connor, February remains 60 kilometres 83. And for Thomas Connor, second 59.70.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Rivalry there, and it is a 1-2 for the qualifying at the moment. All the gloves up.
So Scarlett Ashford is to be taking her sixth and final jump for the day. Our live results system does seem to be getting a little bit tired. It has had a busy old day on the athletics front, so it is a bit tired. It is very, very slow, so that's why we can't bring you any update on the results. along our little display bar for the athletes, or even me accessing them live. So please do bear with us. As soon as results are available, I will absolutely be bringing them to you. But until then, we'll just have to enjoy the action and wait in anticipation to see what these athletes have been getting up to in their jumps and throws section. We are nearing the end of our field section. Still a few events left to go today, but we did pack things out early on. So the athletics stream will still be running a bit longer. They've gone right the way through. Their final event is at 7 minutes past 6, and that is the men's 400 meter semi-finals. So they'll be on a little bit longer than we will on this field stream. Our final event will be that under 16 boys hammer throw final. That will be going off at 4:45, so in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. And other events we have got underway at the moment. We have got that shot put final, the under 18 men's shot put final. That's currently being headed up by William Richards Baldwin, 18:27 in his first round. Lawson Capes back out again. A lot of these lads' names you'll recognise from that hammer competition early on today. So Lawson Capes in second place, 17:86. Harry Beard in third place, 16:63. Oliver Delaney in fourth, 16:44. Charlie Broad in there, 15:54. Michael Graham in there as well, 15:49. So plenty of action still to come. But like I said, we are heading towards the end of our afternoon. In our Paara ambulance section of the shopper final, we've got Logan Murray back again. You remember him earlier, the win in that F20 hammer competition. We've also got Nehemiah Dick in there, the F20 athlete, and Miles Eduardus also in there, the F38 athlete. Also got our under 16 boys javelin competition well underway. William Connup out in front in that one, 69-12 in round number 2, followed by Thomas Connup, his younger brother. Well, not younger brother, his brother. I can't confirm who is the youngest and who is the eldest out of the two there. So Thomas Connup in second place, 59-74. Arthur Rogers in third place, 57-76. Jacob Dines in fourth, 57-52. So still, like I said, plenty of action still to come today, with a couple of shot put finals and javelin final, and that hammer under 16 boys hammer competition to come at 4:45.
Arthur, Jacob, ready, get ready, please.
So we've had a change in cage. And we've got this under 16 boys hammer throw final well underway. As we see Henry Longdon, the Cheltenham County Harriers athlete, entering the cage, 48.73 personal best for him. So Logan Potter, Bournemouth AC athlete, 51.09 this season. His first round attempt in this hammer. Nice relaxed soft knees, wind up there, but caught the cage there. And then that's going to be a red flag for Logan Potter. Not the ideal start to the Bournemouth man's competition today. So Philip Noga, the Carmarthen and District Harriers athlete, gets that one cleanly out of the cage to the right of the sector. It looks to be a promising start for him. I'd imagine that looks around between the 50 and 60 meter mark there. So as soon as these results start coming through, we will bring you them live. So Benjamin Compton, 58-27. For the Blythe RC athlete. Blythe nestled all the way up, right at the upper end of the northeast. So he's had some trip down to Bedford. Benjamin Compton coming to this one with all intentions of taking that gold medal. He's going to have stiff competition from the likes of Leon Pullen in this one, the Thetford AC athlete, and Alfred Rushton, both pushing out beyond that 60-metre mark this season already. And as we mentioned, Leon Pullen, there is the man himself entering the cage. The Thetford AC athlete, 60-46 this season for that 4-kilogram hammer. You can see the wind start there, then transition into the rotations.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Confirmed.
I'm not sure whether that was a no throw or whether he just caught the cage. But it will be 9.75. Jaden Afili up next, the Basildon AC athlete. So feeling not quite happy here. But that's a mature approach to take for a Feely there. If he's not happy with this build-up, the rotations, they tee up the initial throw. They are the first phases of the throw. The winding up, the building of that torque, then the body transitions into the rotations throughout the ring, from the back of the ring to the front of the ring. So actually, if that part of the throw isn't right, well then stop, reset, start again, make sure it's right. And that's what Feely done there. It's a wise move to play it like that. Zachary Brink, the Gloucester AC athlete, making his way into the cage now. And that looks to be a red flag. Just caught the cage on the way out there. So some stiff competition in this one today, definitely. Looking over our UK rankings, Leon Pullen ranked at number 4 in the UK this year in that under 16 category with that throw of 60 meters and 46 centimeters. Philippe Noga ranked number 5, 59.46, and just behind them two, Benjamin Compton, 58.27. So Miles Lugo Hankins, Ipswich Harrier, best of 45.06 this season. And Miles ranked number 23 in the UK. Again, just getting the feel for them wind-ups there. I wonder whether it is the wind that's playing a little bit havoc with the athletes. They won't be used to throwing in gusts as strong as this, so whether that's just throwing them out of their normal rhythm. That one looks to be nice and clean out the cage there for Miles. 46 meters, 14 centimeters, personal best set this season. Set a couple of weeks back on the 5th of July. So it'll be interesting to see how the Ipswich Harrier, the young Ipswich Harrier, goes in this under 16 boys men's hammer throw competition. Weight of the hammer, 4 kilograms for these athletes. As they progress through the age ranks, the weight of those hammer throws do increase significantly. 4 kilograms for these young boys is very, very heavy. As we see 974, Ewan Dermody, 41.54 opening throw for Ewan. And he looks to have certainly registered another solid throw there. So to the results, our system's back up and running. It's got a new lease of life. It's got its second wind, like many of these athletes competing today. And it is Leon Pullen sitting in the top spot there, 52.26 on attempt number 1 for him. Zachary Brink in third place, 48.22. Henry Longdon in third, 45.86. Logan Potter in fourth, 43.32. And Ewan Dermody, 41.54. Lugo Hankins, 39.90 for him. And Feely, 37.61. No throws for Philip Noga, Benjamin Compton, and Alfred Rushton in round 1. Actually wonder whether Alfred Rushton is competing today. I don't think I've seen him on the initial run-through of the athletes competing. I may be wrong with that. But that was Henry Longdon there. A no throw on his second attempt. And as I say this, as I comment on our results system, it's making a fool of me. So, slowly but surely, some previous results are filtering through for this competition. So now we seem to be fully updated, but I'm going to give it a couple of minutes just in case it decides it wants to bring any more surprises on me before I update you on the results. The current results of this under 16 boys hammer throw competition. But it looks to be that Benjamin Compton is on the top spot with 55.75. Philip Noga in second, 55.03. And Leon Pullen is in third place with 52.26. Miles Lugo Hankins is in fourth place with 49.65. Now, if you cast your mind back to Miles's throw, we did comment on that, and actually we were erring towards it looking like a really positive throw and looking like a solid mark. Well, it is a personal best for him. So that's going to push him right up the UK rankings, push him into that top 20 in the UK. So good signs for him in this competition at this early stage. But here's Benjamin Compton, the Blythe athlete, leading this one. As we see, his closest rival in this one at this current stage, Philip Noga, make his way to the cage. The man from Wales, the Carmarthen and District Harrier. Nice wind-up phase there. Really rips that one out of the cage there. That is long. That is long. That is big over the officials' heads. And you could see the way he ripped that out of the cage there. There was some real velocity on it. That's a big, big throw. If he's got the white flag with that, we could be looking into, PB territory here. Philippe Noga's personal best is 59.46, so he's capable of pushing it out to that 60-meter mark. But what was that throw? Because it looked huge. And I'm right, it was huge. 64.06 for Philip Noga there. He takes the lead, but not only takes the lead, he turns this competition right on its head because he's put massive daylight in between him and Benjamin Compton and Leon Pullen. He's put nearly 10 meters on the rest of this field here. So Philip Noga, watch out for this one as this plays out, but 64.6. You could see that it was long because it went over the officials' heads. I don't think they expected him to be thrown out beyond that 60-meter mark. And you're seeing the officials just look above as that hammer soared over the head there. So Philip Noga 64.06. That's going to put him right up to the top of the UK rankings. He's going to go in at number 2 in the UK rankings there, just behind Tristan Koyunchi, 64.36. So this looks to be number 980, which is Leon Pullen. So 52.26 in the opening round, a no throw in round number 2. So what can he produce? How can he respond to that throw from Noga?
All the rest of you got 3 more. Right. We're going in order, same order, okay? So the order is William, Thomas, Arthur. I don't know. At the end of it, you can take a picture, okay? Right.
So Zachary Brink now heads to the cage for his 4th attempt. Currently sat in 5th position, 48.22 personal best in round number 1. Now, for any of you that have been tuned in throughout this full stream, you can cast your mind back to the under-16 girls hammer throw competition that we were getting very excited about, and we actually lost our results halfway through that. I can confirm it was Cassidy Crow that won that one with a final throw of 54.85, a personal best for her. She pushed down Aspen Stobart, 55-meter plus throw at her best, into 2nd place with a throw of 53.79, and it was Lottie Harding that set a personal best of 50.77 in the closing round to jump up into 3rd place. As we see Miles Lugo Hankins now get set for his 4th round throw. 49.65 for Miles in round number 2. A personal best for him for the Ipswich Harrier. What's he got in store for us now? Throw number 4. Off balance there. Definitely off balance there. You've seen the stumble back from Lugo Hankins. Very, very important, the balance in many of the throwing events, well, and jumping events, but, in the hammer especially, maintaining that balance and being able to control that energy, being able to control that velocity and torque that you're trying to produce in that ring, staying within that ring. Because the moment that foot steps outside, that's a foul. You're going to get the red flag. So it's this, excuse the pun, but it is this balancing act between power, torque, velocity, but also that control element. As we see Ewan Dermody, Southampton AC athlete, 47.27 for Ewan. That was in round number 2. A personal best for him as well. So you'll notice our cage has changed, and there was a small issue with the cage at one point during the ladies, the under-16 girls hammer competition, I believe it was. There was an issue with the cage there. So I wonder whether something's occurred with the cage that has then required a change for this under-16 boys hammer competition. As we see Henry Longdon enter the cage now. 46-14 in round 4 for Longdon. See the adjustment of the cage. A left-handed throw there. Again, another positive throw for Longdon. Getting up towards that 50-meter mark. So Logan Potter enters the cage for his 4th attempt. 47.91 for Logan, currently in 7th place. That came on attempt number 3. So can he do any better than that? Again, he looks off balance there. And might that be reflected in his throw? He gets the white flag, so it will count. No significant changes at the top, though. Miles Lugo Hankins still in 4th place with that 49.65 throw. Longdon in 5th. But he's the man of the hour, Philip Norga. 64.06 in round number 3. A shock to the rest of the field. Now, can he build on that? Can he put real daylight between him and the rest of the field? He's already got 9 meters on them, but how much further can he put on them? And again, that looks to be another big throw. Again, it looks to be beyond the 60-meter mark. So not quite as far as that 64.6, but still from Norga today, putting together a fantastic set of throws in this hammer competition. Logan Potter, if we go back to his throw, 49.75, he's moved up to 4th place. But 60.79 for Philip Norga there. So another 60-plus meter throw for him. Now, how's Benjamin Compton going to respond to this? 55.75 in the opening round. At the moment, he's just under 9 meters down on Philip Norga, which is a long way. So he needs to really pull something out the bag if he's going to try and build on it and build through this competition. But it's just not clicking there. That throw just didn't click there for Compton, and that's his 2nd no throw of the competition. So with 2 throws to go, Compton's, really got to focus in these last 2 throws.
Position early to Aaron Bulger, who advances with a sense of purpose for Galway United has passed.
So Leon Pullen now, 54.27 in round 3. What can Pullen do? UK number 4. He's thrown out beyond 60 meters before. There's no reason why he can't do it again. Pullen, not happy with that one. So we reset, relax, refocus, and start this all over again. Because at the moment, Pullen's in that bronze medal position. He needs to do all he can to hold on to that. And he'll certainly have his eyes on, progressing up that leaderboard. But he doesn't look happy with that throw there. And it is another no throw for Pullen. So Pullen now with 2 no throws in his series. So the momentum is certainly with Norga at the top of this leaderboard here. That's 64.6, backed up with another 60-plus throw. And then couple that with the fact that his 2 closest competitors in Compton and Pullen have both dropped some no throws there. So back to Zachary Brink, 48.22, down in 7th place. Can he improve on that? The Gloucester AC athlete. The answer is no. It's going to be a no throw. So Miles Lugo Hankins. Now this is someone who's put together 2 good throws on the bounce on his second and third attempt. Now can he refocus? Can he refine that form on this 5th attempt here? Can he push it beyond 50 meters? Because once he does that, he's going to be moving up into that 4th place. Another no throw for Lugo Hankins there. Straight into the cage, that one. So for the likes of, you know, Henry Longdon, Lugo Hankins, Logan Potter, all around that 4th, 5th, 6th position, there's about 4 or 5 meters difference in distance between them and a medal. And as we get through this competition, they really need to, you know, if they're going to do something, it's, you know, it's coming up to now or never. So Ewan Dermody, 47.27 personal best. Can he make an impression? Can he get higher up this field? Again, Ewan not happy with that one there. So he's going to reset. I do wonder whether it's the weather that's really, you know, really playing with the athletes' build up here. Because you've noticed there's a lot of them that are having to stop and do this rebuild. And we get that one clean out there. And it looks to be beyond the 40-meter mark. So could Dermody move up? 47.27. It was a personal best in round number 2. Are we going to see an advancement? Are we going to see him move up the leaderboard here? 47.42 from Ewan Dermody. Another personal best for him. He stays in 8th place though. So Henry Longdon now, 49.04 in 6th place. A personal best in round number 4 for Henry. But that one doesn't look to follow suit, unfortunately for Henry. If you are just joining us for this under-16 boys hammer competition, we are live from Bedford. We are outside of the stadium. And I am Rich Morell, and I've been bringing you commentary all day today on these field events, and I will be all day again tomorrow. A busy weekend for me of commentating. But if you are joining us live just now and you've missed some of the action, Philip Norga is heading this competition up with 64.06. A huge personal best for him. From 2nd place, Benjamin Compton, and Leon Pullen in 3rd place. Logan Potter now, the Bournemouth AC man, 49.75 in round number 4. What can he do with this one? Logan Potter currently in 4th place. Can he get amongst them medals? Can he start pushing on Leon Pullen, who is in that bronze medal position at the moment, 54.27. So Logan Potter does improve, 49.81, but still shy of the medal positions. Now he's the man of the hour, the man of the competition so far, 9.78, Philip Norga. What can he do? 64.06 in round number 3. And that one just hasn't clicked for him there. You could see the way that he pulled out as soon as the hammer was released there. He looked very flat in the cage. He knew straight away that that trajectory of that just hadn't flown right, hadn't caught it right. So Norga will have one more attempt after this. It's put significant daylight between him and the rest of the field, mind. Like I said, 64.06, 2nd place. Benjamin Compton, the man from Blythe, 55.75. So Benjamin Compton, throw number 5. Can he respond to that huge throw from Noga early on in the competition?
Get ready, please.
Short wind phase there from Compton. And another no throw for Compton. It's just not clicking at the moment for Benjamin Compton. You know, started the competition really promising. Yes, there was a no throw in round number 1, but round number 2, that 55.75, and then backed it up with a 54.94, so punching around the same mark. So it looked at that point like Compton was going to start building towards a good series of throws here. But it just hasn't clicked after that 64-meter throw from Philip Noga. I wonder whether Compton's feeling it a bit and trying to chase the distance a touch too much and almost forcing it a touch. Leon Pullen now, round number 5. Can he do anything about this? Certainly capable of. And again, similar for Leon Pullen the last time round, he's just not comfortable with that build-up there. So we will reset. He will go again. But yeah, you do wonder whether the pressure that Noga's put on this field is telling in some of the throws that we're seeing. There's Pullen. It looked cleaner, but I think that's another no throw. Certainly the wind-up phase looked cleaner, but it's just the release too early there, and it's gone straight into the side of the cage there for Leon Pullen. So again, similar to Compton, 2 no throws on the bounce now. And yeah, it makes you think, is that because of the pressure that Noga's put on the field with that huge 64-6 throw that the other athletes like Compton and Pullen, they know that they need to go further than they've ever done before. And to do that, they're pushing it harder than maybe they ever have before. Interesting thoughts. But Zachary Brink, solid series of throws for Brink. 48.22 personal best in round 1. In 7th place at the moment. You know, you forget these athletes. These are, young athletes just finding their way in the sport as well. There's also got to be an element of, enjoyment for these athletes, and, competing at these, they should just take it for what it is and try and enjoy this competition as much as they can, because they are young and they are just forging their way in the sport. But Miles Lugo Hankins here, he'll have enjoyed his day's work so far. 49.65 personal best. Lugo Hankins in 5th place currently. And I talk about, these athletes being young. And it's quite striking when you see on our start lists the year of birth. And I'm looking at these athletes here, and it's all 2011, 2012. And I'm thinking, I can vividly remember the London Olympics. And what a way to make yourself feel old on a Saturday evening at 5:15. But Ewan Rees there, Morty. 47.42 for Ewan. Another one who's put together some good, consistent throws. 47, 46, 46, 47. Can he build on that? Again, really tried to rip that one out of the cage there, which you would expect at this stage of the competition, but gets the red flag. So that will be the end of the series for Ewan Rees. Dermody, 47-42. Personal best for him in 8th place in this England Champs. Henry Longton now. 49.04 in round number 4. Sat in 6th position. Man from Cheltenham and County Harriers. Our only left-handed thrower in this competition, but that doesn't look as though it's going to make a huge impression on his series today. I do think that mark of 49 meters will be his best of the day. And that is the case. 49.04 for Henry Longdon as he bows out the competition in 6th place currently. Logan Potter
Liam, are you ready? And Mason, complete round 5, please.
in 4th place. This is his last chance to get on that podium. He needs something beyond 54 meters. And that doesn't look as though it's going to do the job for Logan Potter. It could be the case that that 49.81 is going to be his best throw of the day, and he's going to have to settle for 4th place.
Mason, complete round 5, and then we'll start round 6. So William, Thomas, Arthur, get ready, please.
So here we go, competition leader, Philip Noga, 64.06 in round 3. A big personal best, pushing him up to number 2 in the UK rankings. Followed it up with another 60 meter plus throw. What can he do now to close things out? Well, that looks to be more near that 50 meter mark. And he's been given the red flag. So Philip Noga, red flag. But still leads this competition with that 64.06 throw. And now it comes down to Compton and Pullen. 1, can they do anything about the throw of Noga? And 2, can Pullen do anything about Compton and just get above him and get in that silver medal spot? Now, Compton's registered one there, which is a good way to close out the competition because we did have 2 no throws there. And it looked like a reasonable throw, to be honest. Has he been able to build on that 55.75? He has built on that 55 meter throw. That 55.75. I'm just waiting for these results to update, but I think he's gone 58.34 by the looks of things there. So Benjamin Compton puts the pressure on Leon Pullen. Can Leon Pullen respond? Compton with a personal best there, if that's confirmed. And I think just looking at that there, I don't think Leon Pullen is going to advance into that silver medal position. I don't think that was beyond that 58.34 mark. I do think that Benjamin Compton there, though, if this result is confirmed, just showing up as another athlete at the moment, but I do think it is Benjamin Compton. That's confirmed, 58.34 for Compton. Current personal best, 58.27, so he's going to walk away from the England champs with a silver medal and a personal best, and that's an afternoon's work that you cannot grumble at.
Arthur, Jacob, and George, get ready, please.
So that is confirmed. It was 58 meters and 34 centimeters for Benjamin Compton. And that is a silver medal for Compton and a personal best. So Philip Noga takes the win, 64.06 from Benjamin Compton in second place with that 58.34 throw from Leon Pullen in third place with that 54.27 third round throw for him. Logan Potter in fourth. Miles Lugo Hankins in fifth. Henry Longdon sixth. Ewan Dermody in seventh. Zachary Brink in eighth. Caden Evan Robertson in ninth. And Jaden Afili in 10th. And that concludes our under 16 boys men's hammer competition.
Jacob, George, and Liam, get ready, please.
Thank you.